has to read it.
Ready to read?
Read it.
You gotta turn on your mic.
Session to approval of executive section minutes for April 1st, 2025 in the ARI matters which relate to privacy of students in their records pursuant to Rhode Island General Law 42465A8 homeschool requests, demands by A. Carrerio pursuant to Rhode Island General Laws 42465A2 political potential litigation. Sandra Barron versus Scituate School Department pursuant to Rhode Island General Laws 42465A2 pending litigation.
So moved.
Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
I was on. Right, is everybody ready?
Yes. Is it time?
Good evening. I'd like to call this meeting to order. And the first thing I'd like to do is find the American flag.
Oh,
Where?
behind you.
Oh, so we can pledge allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. I'd like to report out that we had 2 votes in executive session. One was we voted on the minutes and we voted on the homeschooling, to approve the homeschooling. Do I have a motion for the consent agenda?
Motion for the consent agenda. Can we read it?
Mhm.
Okay. Consent agenda minutes, regular session minutes, March 26, 2025, April 1st, 2025, April 17th, 2025, and April 30th, 2025.
Keep going.
I'm sorry, go on.
Number 2.
Okay, number 2, bills. General fund bills, 1,350,171.
Mhm.
Yeah, 99. Grant fund bills, 50,096.66. Northwest Special Education, 723.93. And school fund service funds, 55,278.35.
So I've-
Moved.
Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
I'd like to make a motion to move an item out of order. We have our architect here and we'd like him to be able to go home early. So I'd like to make a motion to move items H under new business 7 through 19, all the change orders, and move them next on the agenda. Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
So we have Kyle Robinson here to discuss these change orders. Thank you.
Hi, thank you. Kyle Robinson from Scituate Associates Architects. So I'll start with saying the fire alarm at North Scituate Elementary is complete and functioning. So the project was finished up over April break. There's a few minor odds and ends with tying up, removing the old system remaining, but so all of these are items that came up in the process. In fire alarm, if something, obviously if something's missed or found it was needed, it just has to be done because it's only one way. So most of this work has already been performed. The contractor understood the need to do it, plus the delay in getting approval on it. And I believe you guys have a log of all of them. I'll go through each line item, just explain it. The log shows the date, a little summary, very simple summary on what it's from, the cost increase or credit given for it, and then all the way on the right is the original change order, just for a reference of when it first came to us and after our review, the change in the process. So PCO 1 is changes that were developed with the fire marshal as the project got started. We relocated the drill switch or controls to activate a fire drill in the school, as well as he wanted to see a device relocated to a different part of one of the hallways. So it's a cost of $5,397, and that is in materials to relocate the devices from what they were shown on the plans, as well as reprogramming those devices. PCO number 2, roof hatches. On the original drawings, there were notations on what had to be done at the roof hatches, but the number of roof hatches were not identified. And there were 2 roof hatches, but there was an anticipation only one existed. So there's one that the engineers did not see. And that's a cost of $3,112. PCO number 3 is additional heat detectors in the principal's office. The layout of the principal's office had changed from the plans that we had based on, and the extra, I believe it's a closet, storage room in that room was not identified on the plans. So that was a cost of $2,420. PCO number 4 has to do with the Ansel hood in the kitchen. So it was anticipated on how it's typically connected to fire alarm systems, to the old fire alarm system. However, it was set up differently in the old system. And it was set up in a way that was really, I'll say, was abnormal. But the same devices weren't there. It was just different things controlled the signal if there was a fire to the fire alarm. So in that, there's a credit to take out some devices that we didn't need based on the original plan. Plus, that's of $275, and then $2,759 were to add the devices to control the way it was set up previously. So that's so we didn't have to change any of the controls on the gas. It has to do with the gas shut off and if the hood triggers or not, whether the gas shuts off. PCO number 5 is protector wire in the gym. So there was additional detection on the drawings, which was not needed. So that was a credit of $3,115. PCO number 6, there's a little crawl space in one of the out mechanical rooms at the building that was never picked up. It's literally sitting underneath a water heater. It's a little opening to get to it, and there was a device on the old system in there, and the fire marshal wanted to make sure there was a new device in the same location. And that was $3,790. PCO number 7 was submitted and then voided out. We rejected that and worked with the contractor to find a different solution that didn't cost any extra money. PCO number 8, storage rooms. There's 2 kind of outside garage storage rooms at the back of the school. Through our walkthrough, we thought they were one open space connected, but they were actually separated, so additional devices were needed. That was $5,616. There were additional heat detectors in the gym required, so the engineer had calculated it, the ceiling at a certain height and distance. The fire marshal questions their calculation because he calculated it differently, and after some back and forth, 2 extra devices were needed to be added in there. That was $8,700, and that is mainly because it is difficult to get up to that level in the gym for protection lifts. PCO 10, the sprinkler flow valves, there were known that certain areas of that building, limited area of that building had sprinklers. There were no record drawings of the sprinkler system in there. And without doing an in-depth above ceiling search throughout the entire school, there was no way to know how many control points on those systems needed to be required. So the contractor did that as they were up in the ceiling doing the work. They identified those locations. And then connecting those was $12,273. I believe there was 8 somewhere around that number that were identified. Now the last 3, PCO 11, 12, and 13, we're still in negotiations with them. So they're on the list that came in. PCO 11 is a credit for work. There were a couple rooms that were identified on the plans that didn't actually exist. So right now that's at $2,590. It will not go lower than that, but there's still a chance we may get a little bit more out of some other credits for them. PCO 12 are some devices. It says below ceiling. There's a few devices they identified that were extra that I believe we have pretty much voided this out, that those were all on the plans. If not all of them, then the majority of them. So that number should either go away or come down significantly. And the non-climate controlled rooms, are some of the storage rooms, and the exterior devices were put in that can't be out there in the winter without heat. And we're currently discussing that one too, as the engineers feel that they should have known that, but so there's a little back and forth. So those last three numbers still may change. So those aren't really for approval, but we wanted to give you the full list of everything that was going on.
Seems like a lot of change orders. Is this normal in a project like this, or is it just all happening all at once that we're getting this?
So you're getting it all at once because in this type of project, they're not, if we miss a door on a plan, the door needs to have the pull station on it. There isn't really a choice.
Mhm.
So we did save up all these so that we could try to offset as much as we could with credits, opposed to coming and saying, okay, we need a little bit now. And then the next month, oh, we found this. So we did kind of group it all together.
Okay.
We separated it so that it was a little easier to understand in what those were.
Mhm.
But
It is helpful to have you had separated it.
yeah,
A lot
yeah.
more work.
If it was one big list and we said, well, we added 4 and we took away 3 and
Yeah.
it's a little harder to understand. I will say when we started this project, it was shortly after Jason came on. We're assuming that the record information was more accurate than it turned out to be. And without having somebody that was intimately familiar with the facility, it was hard to identify that without us spending hours and hours going through the buildings. And we kind of took it at, okay, there's been some work done. These should be relatively accurate. So some of this stuff was just missed on existing conditions. Drawings did not match what was really happening in the field.
That makes
I
sense.
have a question.
Yep.
Some of the.
Is
some
your
of the
mic on?
Yeah, some of the change order.
Yeah.
Some of the change orders were done by the fire marshal. I'm accustomed to the fire marshal approving plans prior to the installation of them. So I'm a little confused by that.
So they look at them before, and they comment on them. A few of these are things. So the first one are the main ones by him. We said the drill strips and some of the controls for testing the system should be out with the control panel and near the front lobby. When we get out there and we're looking at it laid out, he suggested let's put it in the back out of the way so it can't be tampered with, opposed to having it next to the thing. So while there are, still he reviews the drawings, but if something comes up or if things change in the field a little bit, there are sometimes some variation in what his opinion of where something should be. Again, if we show for an example, like if that device that's on the wall over there, if it was actually on the back wall, it may look like it, or if it was over here, it may look like it covers the room, but that back corner may not be noticeable. So when you're out in the field, sometimes there's those adjustments. And, if you're moving it a couple feet, it doesn't usually cost anything. If you start moving it 20, 30, 40 feet, there's extra cost, extra material to getting that installed.
So anything over 5,000 goes to the town council.
That is my understanding.
Anything under 5,000 just goes to the treasurer. Correct?
That's my understanding.
But
So
this all goes to,
if it's over 5,000 on the bond, then it's gotta go to
on the
town
bond,
council.
yeah.
Yes.
Otherwise, I sign it, send it to Karen, and goes to the treasurer.
And the monies for the fire alarms are bonded.
Yes.
So all of these, so none of the numbers that the numbers that were below 5,000 will not go to the council, and anything that was above 5,000 will. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. So I am-
I just want to make mention, because I have stated several times that they need to go to the town before they are actually done. In these cases where they're over $5,000 for approval by the town before they're done, but I believe this was a extraordinary circumstance because it had to be done in the process, and that's why it was done during.
So I know, and I can't remember what meeting we were at, Erica. I know, I can't even remember now. and I know Kyle, you were there as well. The council had some things to say about some of the change orders, that they weren't happy with the amount of change orders and the process in which we were following. Have we adjusted that process since? Is that what?
Sorry, we keep putting them-
Yeah, no, please.
So yes, so we have a signed document now stating 5,000 that needs to go to town. That's why I said over and over again, you know, this has to go to the town before it's done. This has to go to the town.
But these are not going to the town before they're done. They're already
correct.
done. But that is because of the nature of the work. And I think, obviously, and I think we said this at this meeting as well, anything that has to do with fire and safety and rules regulate, we have to do it, right? It's the process in which we go about doing it. My question is, and it's an honest one, and I want an honest answer back. Is there anything we could have done? And I appreciate that point you brought up about how Jay had not been, like, didn't know the lay of the land, so to say, when all of this started way back then. Is there anything collectively we could have done differently to not have this amount of change orders, in your opinion?
Yeah, so some of these are done just by not having good enough records or not, or essentially believing the records we have were accurate enough. I mean, we were in the building. I was in the building, my staff, the engineers were in the building, and we caught a lot of things that were wrong on the drawings, doors here, doors there. But we weren't in there looking to identify errors in the drawings. We were looking in there to identify what the scope was. So it's pretty easy to overlook that, oh, there's a wall here that, you know, we're just going through. And so that would have helped probably half of this from being identified if we either had better historical documents or somebody that had been working in the building for years, or we spent more time on the front end with, you know, knowing that these plans weren't 100% accurate. We could have saved on some of this.
Thank you.
Kyle, this is a little bit off topic, but connected to this process question. We're in the process of doing the high school fire alarm system, right?
Correct.
Do we anticipate the same process in and number of change orders with the high school project as we are experiencing here?
So there will be changes in the high school. So the high school is actually in worse shape, the existing plans, and they were in pieces. So when we pieced them together, didn't help that process. We are reviewing a list of, I've got, 3 pages of devices that have been added and devices that have been removed from the high school. So we're going to try to do it in a block because it's kind of a bigger item. There might have been 50 devices that weren't on the drawings and 50 devices that were on the drawings that didn't need to be there. So we're in the process of kind of going through that. And since they're only 40% done with the high school or so, we've kind of left that as, we've been tracking things, but we haven't worked with the contractor yet to really coordinate what's plus or minus on that list.
So can we anticipate that with the high school project, we will get the change orders prior to the work being completed, or not?
Yes.
Thank you.
I would, we've discussed with them that the next step prior to the summer is try to figure out where we're at now. But I will say there may be something when we get to an area we haven't worked in, that if there's a door that's not identified that needs a pull station, they add it, because it will never get passed without it. It's not something that you can debate or you say, we don't use that door, that, if there's an exterior door, it needs a pull station, period. That's it.
We understand there are going to be circumstances in these buildings where, particularly around fire alarm systems, things are going to pop up and the fire marshal standing there is going to say, you are going to do that. But I would hope that we could take what we've learned in this process with North Scituate and be a little more proactive at the high school so that we can get approval from the town council around that bond work prior to the change orders being done.
Yeah. And the next step is to work through those numbers, and we'll try to identify them either before summer or early into summer before that work's complete.
Did you have the fire marshal inspect the work that was done as it was going, or was it just like a one time at the end?
So he does stop and inspect periodically.
Because it would be helpful if he were to approve of everything that was gonna be accomplished ahead of time. So that you didn't, then in the final inspection, he doesn't surprise you. I mean, by saying, hey, you're gonna move this box.
Yeah, so there was nothing in the final inspection that he said at the end were moved. Most of these were during the process. The ones he had comments on, it was like the switch and the panel came, and then it was he walked through and said, "This doesn't make any sense to have it here. Why don't we
Did-
have it over there?"
So
So-
all the drawings are currently approved by him now.
Yes.
The way they are.
Yes.
Same for Scituate. The new drawings, they're complete, they're approved.
Yes, they've all been approved, and then
All right.
the changes he made is if the drawings are slightly different, he doesn't realize that either. It may factor, it's simple to say if this was 2 rooms, you would need twice as many devices, but that's not always the case. It's based on area calculation. There's all kinds of calculations that go behind it. So some of these, if there is a wall or it's not a wall, it changes a whole area. And depending on, the back end and how things are wired, it could change some things down the line. So it's not always as simple as just saying we need another device or take out a device. It sometimes changes other things along the way.
So everything's updated. All the drawings are updated now.
Yeah,
Or the
so I
next
don't.
person coming in.
Yes, yes, yeah. We've been
Yeah,
up
that-
since this. We've updated the drawings. The plans are updated, so
Okay.
we have a more accurate plan of North Scituate. We're still working on doing that at the high school, but we have been pulling the drawings together as we're going to update it so that there is a new base drawing that is more accurate to what's
Thank
actually
you.
there.
Yeah, that was my question, and kind of to go further with that, not my wheelhouse, and so we have Clayville and Hope as well. I mean, yeah, we have 2 other schools as well. Would we venture to guess like that those plans or designs or everything are in the same state that these other ones were? And should we be proactively looking at that to have a better understanding? And I get the fact you can't walk in the door and know every single building, right? But shame on us for not having something that was current and accurate for anyone to walk in and see.
I feel very, 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 very good about Clayville and Hope. As we've been doing the plans for those buildings, and I hope that you'll agree. The fire marshal has gone right through I don't anticipate, obviously, is there gonna be a pull station here or there? Very possible, but I feel 100% better about Hope and Clayville. Being completely prepared and having accurate plans that.
Perfect.
You agree?
Yeah, and because of what happened at the other 2, we spent some time with our staff, went through with the plans, looking at the plan, not looking at the fire alarm, so that we could see, okay, what's correct, what's incorrect. So we've definitely spent some more time on the other 2 schools to make sure that we minimize this as much as possible.
Thank you. Thanks for that work.
Any more discussion? Any questions from the community?
Well, Road, Trenton Road, what's the total cost? Is it 180?
I thought it was 60. I wasn't sure the total because
64.
we have to
997.
eliminate the last 3.
So the total cost, if you include the last 3, which are going to change, are 47,285. The total cost for the ones that have been vetted is 40,746. 46.
Yeah. Do I have a motion? Oh, is there any more discussion? Do I have a motion?
I think she asked my question. Yep, what's that?
Oh, thank you.
$40,746.46.
And that includes everything through, not including 11, 12, and 13.
PCO 1 through 10.
Yes.
Do I have a motion to approve the change orders from PCO 001 through PCO 010 for North Situate fire alarm upgrade?
So moved.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Any more discussion? All in favor? Aye.
Thank you.
Thanks. That brings us to public comment. And I will read my little public comment thing. Public comment period is not a time for a dialogue. A meeting of the public school committee is not a public meeting. It is a meeting of the school committee that is held in public. The purpose of the public comment period is for this committee to receive input from its community. Public comment is an important function and it is critical for us to listen to the community and to consider what we hear when making our decisions. In general, it is not a time to receive direct responses from the school committee. However, we may provide brief factual clarification if necessary. Otherwise, the public comment section is for you to voice your concerns without engaging in debate with the school committee members. It is important for you to know that you may not get your answers to the questions that you have during public comment, but that does not mean that you will not be given answers. There are other opportunities for you to get your answers. For example, you can call or email any school committee member, or you can now reach out to your school parent PAC representative. This process is designed to allow consistency and fairness and to allow everyone a chance to be heard without unduly disrupting the business flow and allow the school committee to complete its business in a timely fashion. As a result, in order to allow everyone an opportunity to speak and an opportunity for us to hear your concerns, I will allow each person to come to the mic once during public comment. If you find that you have additional comments after your turn is over, then please address them at a later time by reaching out to a school committee member or the superintendent. Having said that, we appreciate you coming to this meeting and we thank you in advance for expressing your thoughts.
Stephanie Mickelson, 150 Gleaner Chapel Road. First of all, I want to commend you. I know you have worked very hard on this budget, but I just have a few things I want to say for Hope teachers. So Hope teachers are disheartened. We feel that all the cuts will be hitting Hope. We hear of a special education teacher at the middle school not having students next year, but being a floating teacher, which just disheartens us. They claim that we can't bus kids because of the reservoir, but we can take 10 or 11 kids from kindergarten next year, we're Hope being their home school, and send them to Clayville, leaving 1K class. If we max out all the kindergarten kids and all the throughout the district, rather than keeping that Hope K open, there is no room for other students entering K1 through 5, maxing out all classes as they move up. This puts 10 families possibly at Clayville or at North Scituate that we won't get back. We fought so hard last year to no avail, and that's why I believe many of us are not here tonight. Many of us are virtual. We feel the decision was made months ago to cut these positions, and we're going through the motions. Last year, Jen, Michelle, and I found out about these cuts from last year's cuts the last week of school and had to choose new positions within days. This is going to send a fabulous second grade teacher, just like K&1 last year, into a new grade, learning a new grade level curriculum. And I feel that teachers in grades 3 through 5 at Hope may choose to jump ship of Hope School, so that maybe going to North Scituate and Clayville if there are openings, leaving more new teachers learning the new curriculum to fill the spot. Thank you.
Desiree Martinelli, 62 Carew Drive. Hello. I would just like to speak on behalf of Clayville Elementary School. And I've been up here a number of times talking about classroom sizes. And I don't want this to be disparaging to Hope at all. But our classroom sizes have been 23 and 24 and, you know, they're very, very high numbers. So again, I think it's really hard for us to sort of make sense of having classroom sizes of 10 and 11. And I completely understand Hope not wanting to lose teachers. I mean, I certainly do, and people wanting to be bused, which is why I constantly am saying I still don't understand why the idea of redistricting seems to never be on the table. So I guess I'm still sort of confused as to why it isn't. Because again, we only have one classroom here for all of our kids. Like I said, most of our classrooms are well over 20 students. So we see it just from our perspective as Hope. You have a classroom of 21, which is very normal for us. All of our classrooms typically are over 21. We don't have a ton. I think people think we have a ton of resources and people here. We don't really either. We share a lot of our staff. Our special education is shared. Most of our specialists are shared. They're not here full time. So I'm just wondering, at what point does it come to where you do sort of do an overhaul and look at the possibility of redistricting? Like, what does it have to come to? Because nobody wants a classroom to be closed, and nobody wants staff to have to be, every single year, second grade is afraid, a third grade teacher is afraid. No one wants that. And that's not what we want either. We don't want that for Hope. We just want it to be a little bit more evenly spread out, because I have a hard time finding it to be equitable when my child is in a classroom of 24 kids. And then at these other schools, the classroom sizes are so much lower. So it's hard for us to sort of reason to that. So I would just like to say, I think redistricting really needs to sort of be reevaluated. I know that there are bus routes that go to the same roads, and even for kids, some kids, half of your road goes to Hope and half of your road goes to Clayville. And that's so bizarre to me that you're going to these separate schools, right? And of course, if you go to Hope and the school is down the street from you, of course you want to go to your home school. So like, I don't know what this, like, why is redistricting sort of like not something to look at, I guess? Or that's just it.
So a couple things. I get it. However, if we were to bring in, we need to be careful what we wish for sometimes. If we were to bring an outside entity in right now, and this is going to come at some point. If we were going to bring an outside entity in at some point to revamp our schools and look at our capacity, one of the first recommendation would be probably to close the school. And that's not what any one of us in this building wants. That's not one of us here wants. The other piece is, if I had a magic wand and could make things happen, probably the most equitable way to, in my opinion, without doing, it would be a redistricting of sorts, is what other communities do, where you'll have grades, I'm just making it up,
No, yeah.
K1 at one school,
Yep.
2, 3 at another
Yep.
school. So, and that in theory is wonderful, because then you have the same
Right.
amount of kids divided by, however, it's also a complete shift it disrupts everybody's, and I'm not saying we couldn't do this, but we also need to be mindful of the parent that has a kindergartner and a second grader who are going to different schools at different times. So there are other pieces out there. I have always called these small district pains. It's hard. I was here, my kids came through here, and believe it or not, I said it out loud. We started here 21 years ago when my son was in preschool. When my boys came through, we had 2 of every class. And then as my daughter came through, it was 1 of every class. So we saw exactly what is happening at Hope happen here. But there's not just an easy fix to say, okay, let's just redistrict everybody. And I, by no means, am advocating for any one of us. I don't think anyone here wants us to close one of our neighborhood schools.
No, I mean, I don't think so, but obviously that's not what anybody wants, but
So can I ask you a question?
Yeah.
By redistricting, tell me what you mean by that.
So I would mean, like, I know that at one point there were certain parts before that went to Hope. Like, there were certain streets that went to Hope that then got moved to Clayville, because I know Clayville's numbers, and I know that they fluctuate all the time. Like, at one point, Clayville's numbers were low, so then they did redistrict and they moved certain streets into Clayville, right? So I'm just wondering why it wouldn't be something like that, where you are sort of like reevaluating, maybe looking at what streets used to go to Hope, or what those district lines were prior to, like the last redistrict, I guess, to sort of see like where the numbers are coming from. you know, like where, if there's new developments, if there's new neighborhoods, if there, things like that, where I don't know, like that could be more of a shift as opposed to an overhaul of things. I guess that's sort of what I'm wondering. Or do you, you know, you have kids at Clayville? Because right, if you took a couple of other kids, you know, I don't know, but it seems like if you sort of looked at what the streets were or what the parameters were before.
I can tell you in 1972 or whatever.
Right.
when I
Oh,
went
no,
to-
I don't, yeah, right.
No, I can tell you something. On Trimtown Road,
Right.
went to Clayville.
I know. and I-
73,
right.
Trimtown Road went to North Situate.
Right.
It's just the way.
Correct. But
I-
you also, but you're, like you're saying, it moved, it shifted, that
what
line
happens.
shifted, that border shifted based on the population and based on the new buildings and things like that. So it wasn't necessarily the whole entire district, but you did have sort of these lines that shifted. I went to Coventry, I was redistricted like 3 times.
Mhm.
You know, it's not the best. I don't, you know, it is. And it wasn't even in kindergarten, you know, it was like midway through, but it just was what it was. You just sort of, that was it. Your neighborhood all of a sudden got moved to a different elementary school. And I'm not saying anyone wants to be redistrict, but I think if you look at it sort of for kids coming into kindergarten, those sort of streets that maybe were on the cusp of going either way, it might just benefit a little, like I said, those streets that have half the kids going to Hope or Clayville or whatever it is.
So I think to answer your question, so we hear that you want us to consider redistricting potentially. It's always on the back of our mind.
Right.
And I can tell you that the superintendent does look at where the students are coming in. She does have that capability working with Mr. Martin and knowing what incoming kindergartners are, where they live, if they are in that gray area where they could go to one of 3 schools. So all of that is being talked about and thought. I don't think we are at redistricting yet because we still have space, but it's always something that's in the back of our mind and we're always thinking about it because to do it, to Colleen Pendergast, what she was saying, it is a massive overhaul and extremely disruptive to
Painful.
many, many people.
Not for us, it's painful for
Yeah.
our teachers, our students, it's painful.
Yeah, and so it is, we are thinking about it. Just rest assured, we're thinking about it. Thank you for your comment.
No,
And
I know, but I think it's
and I-
painful for Hope right now. Like it's
I-
painful for that. You know
and
what I mean? Like
we take no pleasure in
Yeah.
any decision we have to make tonight. There's no pleasure in it. There's no pleasure.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks.
Matthew Allen, 159 Hope Furnace Road. I think I agree that Clayville obviously shouldn't be maxed out. And yeah, Hope may have low numbers, but in the process, you say certain years you're fluctuating. I think Hope parents are worried about if you do move 10 kids to 2 different schools, their siblings that may be coming behind them is also going to affect our numbers in the future, obviously, which could, if there's a new plat that goes up in Clayville, could throw your numbers off again. And then you would have to pull, obviously, kids and be rearranging. And nobody wants to pull their 5th grader out of Clayville and send them to Hope their last year. With that being said, I don't think it's not necessarily fair to say the fact that they only have small numbers, because we would love some of your kids and make your numbers just as small as ours. We would love to share, but if you say your 2nd grader or your kindergarten 2nd grader are going to Hope, some parents may be like, no, I want to go to Clayville. I know this because we were just talking about it earlier. When I was moving to my homeschool, I did say, no, I would like my son to stay in Clayville, even though it was out of district. So I think a lot of parents that may fall on that gray area may be like, no, I'm insisting, superintendent, send my kid here. This is what I want. So I think you're getting a lot of pushback also from the parents. I'm not saying it's right. And there's nothing wrong with Hope. I love Hope now. I love Clayville. But I think it's, like you said, it's not fair to move one to do, but you have to. I'm all for Hope and keeping our teachers, or I would find better things to do with my Tuesday. But But yeah, I can understand money wise, but I am still for Hope's teachers. So I just want to say that.
Just a bright
you.
thing to add, I think, and I've noticed this over my time here. I love the fact that, and we have 3 distinct elementary schools, and each family and feels their elementary school is the best. And I love it. It's not like, ooh, this one, ooh, that one. It's like, no, Clayville's the best. No, North Situate's the best. So that's a credit to our teachers and principals, really is. It's not like, oh my gosh, I get it. Location, we're spread out wherever in between us. People don't want to be. But I love the fact that we're fighting over who's best when you're all equal in my eyes, just like my 3 children.
Hi, Richard Finnegan, Ridge Road. I see on the agenda tonight, there's a reduction in your budget, or you're gonna have a discussion about it. I'd urge the council not to reduce your budget. Town council put out their agenda, and their proposed budget is in that agenda. And I'd ask each member of the school committee to take a look at it. They can cut the new jobs that they're proposing and the care of trees. I think our children are more important than care of trees. You can cut on care of trees over $15,000. That's the increase that they're asking for. On the new jobs, close to $40,000. They want a new job in the building inspector's office, zoning officer. Town council hasn't approved that job yet. Let them cut that position. There's also insurance buyback for our town employees. The state gives $1,000 to people who have insurance, not to take the insurance. If you have insurance from another source, you are not to get insurance in the state. The town can do that, but they so far have refused, and they pay 50% of the cost of the insurance to the employee. If they give them $1,000, you'll save $120,000. There you go. That's your reduction. Town council needs to take it. And why are we here tonight discussing this? Because,
Well, we're here to hear from you right now.
yeah, I'm not asking you to answer it.
Okay.
I'm going to answer it.
Okay. There's rhetoric.
It's because of the finance director, Karen S. Beatty, made a grave error and overtaxed the city of Providence Water Supply Board. So I ask everybody, all voters of Scituate, to attend the financial town meeting where we
Please
can-
address your comments to us, Mr. Finnegan.
I am.
Okay.
I am.
But I see you looking at the audience.
I love looking at the audience. I don't want to be rude. I want to look at everybody. I'm very inclusive.
Please address your comments to the
I'm very
fiscal committee.
inclusive. Thank you. So I would ask everybody to attend the financial town meeting. So if they do cut this budget, we can override it at the financial town meeting. That's teachers in Scituate who are residents and all voters and students who are 18 over and registered to vote. I would ask you to attend this meeting. It's very, very important. Matter of fact, if you attend the meeting, maybe we can put in a motion to get lights on the field, and then the school committee can start making some money from that field, and we can make up the shortfall of the town from errors that are no fault of this school committee. Thank you.
Lynn Francasio, 7 Woodsong Drive. I just want to know, has the numbers changed from last month as far as the K registrations? Are they still, it's holding steady, I guess? Is there any more coming in? Let me know.
They are basically steady. We are looking at those numbers. We're looking at oldest and only. We have a number of kids that are on the list, but we cannot confirm are coming. So we continue to go through those lists and those numbers.
In our neighborhood, I wouldn't bank on all the I guess, openings in North Situate, because there's a lot of people selling their houses in my neighborhood, starting to think about it because of that 42 unit condominium coming in. So I wouldn't bank on all those seats. I already talked to 2 families that are already, we could be getting some new kids in, and we just got 5 in this week. So I'm just a little worried that when you say 11 seats, there may not be, because
And I do know I was at North Situate. Sorry. I do know I was at North Situate the other day when you had a couple of new kids starting, so I
Yes.
did see that.
yeah, I know a few people, like, the neighborhood is starting to flip because they don't want to deal with the stuff that's coming in. So it's maybe a big pool coming in. So just to keep in mind, I'm thinking about it.
Thank you, Lynn. Is there anyone else here before we go to the Zoom hands? No. I cannot read any of that.
Can't either.
Oh, thank you. That I can read. Hi, Bobby. Obviously state your name and address.
Good evening, everybody. Bobby Coletta, 9 Brett Drive. So again, thank you guys for your efforts. I appreciate Mr. Finnegan's commentary as well, as we understand the work that the committee has done, getting us to this point. I just want to underscore comments that we said last year that are resurfacing this year, and to the new committee members. Equality and equity are not the same thing. And so when you look at the scores from one elementary school to another, and so I also appreciate some of the comments from the other parents on classroom size and what have you, we have to look at what is actually happening, in a micro level at each school, because it is very different, right? We have English as a second language. We have people who are Spanish speaking. It is the only Title I school. So we have to be very mindful that we are not just being equal across the board, but that we are being equitable. And there's a distinct difference in that. And I will be, I have attended all these, all year long, because I want to be a champion for those kids and those families that may not have the time or bandwidth to have a voice. And that is our responsibility as a community to do that for them. And so when we look at these cuts, we need to not just look at equality. We need to look at equity and look at the test scores and look at where do we serve our kids best. And that's all that I'll say about that. But I appreciate everyone's hard work, and thank you guys for listening to us.
Thank you. Who's next? Kelly Koulis, if I'm saying your name correctly, please give us your address. And who?
Oh.
You need to unmute.
Yep, can you hear me? It's Kelly Koulis here,
Yes.
30 Sutter Lane. And I just wanted, and it kind of ticks and ties with a gentleman that spoke earlier. I apologize, I don't know his name. With the discussion in the previous meeting that I attended about the miscalculation for like what we're indebted to, with the 800,000 of free money, and then the miscalculation, the Providence tax treaty costing us like about 280,000. And then now we then owe an exorbitant amount of like 180 or such. I just wanted to see like how that ticks and ties to the decrease in the funding with the school system. Does that make sense?
No.
I'm just.
I didn't follow. Did anyone here follow that?
Yeah, I think she's trying to say. Why is this not going on? I think she's trying to say, like, our numbers were close to, it sounds like our numbers are close to the numbers that the town is short for the.
Well,
Province.
what I'm asking is that so the last meeting I attended, there was a reduction, right? There was like 300 or something thousand, but then it dropped down to like 180. And I want to find out like how that is impacted with this error. I found out about this error at the town council level. and like what the ramifications with the town council error are impacting our schools. Do you know what I mean?
So
Does that
with
make
that,
sense?
yes, I do. With that error, I believe it came approximately to, I don't know, 230,000. And if you think about it, last year, because of that error, there was more money given out to the different departments in the town than was available because of that error. And now collectively, all the departments need to make up for that.
And we were a part of that,
All
like
departments in the town were
receiving,
a part of that.
like
All the
we got more than we should have.
everyone got more than than they should have because of that error last year, and this year we're all having to make up for it.
Okay.
Correct me if I'm wrong, I believe last year's numbers were offset with one-time revenues, weren't they? Wasn't it? So they've made it whole through, but it's this year where the huge impact is. So last year, we thought we were expecting $250,000 more than what we were actually supposed to receive in tax monies. The town did. My understanding, and I could be not correct, is that the town was able to find one-time revenues to fix that stopgap for that 1 year. But when you move forward year after year, this is the year where the town isn't just going to take $250,000 out of reserves every single year. This is the year that it hits where there has to be, we start the budget season in the whole 225 to whatever the number was, if that makes sense.
Yep.
So we got extra money and now we all have to, we allocated it accordingly. And then now we have a little bit of a deficit. Is that
Yes.
correct?
Yes.
Okay. My second question is around the 180,000 or whatever, like that was, cut. It wasn't 180,000, but what impact is going to have, what is this cut going to impact on our schools?
That's a discussion on a line item later on in the meeting.
Okay.
I want to ask a clarifying question, and I think it's appropriate now to do it. I was going to do it then, but as you're asking, so many of you know that the school committee attended a joint meeting with the budget committee last week. Initially, prior to that, we had a meeting where we were told, Stephanie had received a call saying that they wanted, I believe Mr. Collins called her and said, and it was 350,000, correct, Stephanie? That was from the first budget meeting. We attended the following week's budget committee meeting and basically asked, hey, where is this number coming from? Like, like there wasn't in the minutes, it wasn't in, and it was stated that one of the members there had stated that that's what the hole was in the budget. And he was very, very abundantly clear about this. And then someone made a motion to cut 350. And actually the one person that voted, so I think it was 6-1, 6 of them voted in favor of cutting $350,000 from the school committee or the school department. The one person who voted against it was actually the person who said that's the number. He was coming up with a number as a whole. That's what we need to, like the town needs to get behind. We're going to save $350,000. At the meeting that we had further discussion on, and I don't know, have we heard anything from the town council, the budget committee? I know Mr. McCormick was throwing out numbers of, we'll cut, I forgot, was it 190, I think, from the school, and then the rest to be made up through, but have we ever gotten anything definitive?
I spoke to Karen today, and it is the 190 and then 430,000 for the capital.
What is the operational budget increase? 1.7%?
1.75.
And what's the dollar amount?
This is later on in an agenda item. I want to stay on public comment. You can reserve that question for later on. But I do want to say, and then
This answers the question though, she's asking, she thinks we're being cut 190,000, we're being increased by 1.75%. It's a million change or something.
No, we are, our ask is, just to be clear,
Yep.
the ask, the budget that we've presented, we're gonna get, I think with Stephanie, the numbers lady, they're reducing our ask. So we, as a committee, voted that this is the budget that we need. They said initially you need to bring it down $350,000. What I'm hearing tonight that, and I don't know if they voted at this at a following meeting, right? Is that now we're being asked a reduction of $190,000 from the budget that we presented. But you're right, it's, a town can never, just so everyone's clear, it's maintenance of effort. They're never going to they can never give you less than they did the year before. But when you look at our contractual obligations, personnel lines alone, it blows it away. So it's, while it's not less money, it's a reduction in the ask.
There's one more piece that's important to note is that when the town council had said that we want the school department to reduce their ask by $350,000, that was to bring the tax cap up to 3.5%. The town council has since brought it to its full levy or close to, and therefore, and even with that, they are now still $230,000 in a deficit. So by taxing the town of Scituate, the 4% levy, close to the 4% levy, they are still $230,000 short. So every dollar that they give to the school department, they're taking away from another department. And it's, I am proud to be a resident of Scituate because I can see the police department helping us out. I can see all the other departments in the town, the town council, Department of Public Works. We all need each other, and everyone is chipping in to help us. And I think that says a lot. But we still need, with all that, we still need to find 190. I think I'm going to move on to the next person, Kelly, since I usually try and keep each person to 5 minutes, and I do deduct when we're speaking. So yeah, I don't take your 5 minutes from when we're yakking away. Is there anyone else that has a question? Okay. That brings us to the Clayville annual presentation. Hi, Lori.
Hi. What is it on? Okay, I guess I'll start now. We put together a little video of what Clayville is and represents. So we tried to keep it short. Thank you. I gotta say, like, it warms my heart because we're at the end of the day, we're all here for the kids. And this brings it back into a staff and a school and a group of families that have been through a tumultuous year to come out with smiles like this. It's just amazing. And that's why we're all here. And it's just, honestly, it's been a great year. So to start that out, I will go to our first slide with our report card, and we are at 4 stars. I can. Yeah. Yeah, I can see. So, obviously that's from 23, 24. Our numbers now are not 141 students, 142. I'm sorry, 144, and it goes pre-K through 5. With our staff at 22, I'm not really sure. It's probably a little up now with a little higher than that with our part-time SEL people and pieces of different people. Our overall, you can go to the next slide. That it kind of goes into detail more about our starting from the top, our chronic absenteeism. I think it's kind of harder to look at Clayville because our numbers are small. So it looks fabulous, but you can't really tell because when the numbers are smaller than a certain number, they don't show it, right? So I noticed that in looking at information like this, chronic absenteeism of teachers, they couldn't even record that because there's so few of us. But it would probably be non-applicable anyway. Suspension rate, obviously. Our ELA and math were both 2s, which was a decrease in the past, but we're working back up on those. Our achievement in math and ELA are both at 3 also, even though we did have a decrease in our numbers. Our growth in math and ELA was a 2, and our science proficiency was great at a 3. This kind of breaks down our school-wide past 3 years in ELA, math, and NGSA, as well as the grade specific over on the right. As you can see from 21, 22, our ELA was 65.6%, and then in 22, 23, dropped to 54.5. And then in 23 and 24 dropped again to 40.9 with a negative 13.9%. But one thing that I've learned through studying data, you can look across, you can look straight down 21 to 22 in every area of ELA, math, and NGSA. And we pour over this, and this is super helpful for teachers to see, what am I doing? What do we need to do better, right? That's one way of looking at our data. But one thing that is so hard to understand is that when we look at this data and we're looking at the 21, 22 ELA score, and then we go down to 22, 23, that is a completely different set of kids with a different number of kids, with different needs, with different families, with all different things, and we're comparing them. And sometimes that's all we have, right? Because we have to get better. But I caution myself in looking at that because, one particular year, I think my scores went from, let's look at science, 50%, went from 73.9 down to 50, and then back up to 75. And people said, what did you do? What happened? I think I was here. And someone said, what happened? I had 18 kids compared to 24, and the difference that makes is unbelievable. And we can't even compare those numbers. Totally different kids. We want to really look at that. Let's track them. Let's track science scores from 4th grade to 8th grade to 11th grade, and then we'll be looking at the same kids. And we'll look at our science. So we want to, there's a really good reason to look at this stuff. We want to know if our curriculum's good. We can tell you right now what we need to do better in ELA. We're doing fabulous in math. We are solid on our curriculum. We know what we're doing. We know where to make it better. We can dive in, and I'll show you on one of the next slides how you can see those numbers when you're comparing the same kids. Oh, that's hard to see. Yeah. Okay, I can come over here. So we had pretty much all this purple over here is our participation, which has all been super great, with the exception of a couple of kids in 5th grade. And again, a child could be sick or gone or on vacation and can't make it back. This year, we had 2 zeros, 2 kids out of our control completely. And that huge impact on any school scores. But grade 4 had 100%, and our numbers are really high for participation, so we were happy about that. Lots of green and lots of blue. We know where we need to move and improve. Okay, these are our Ames Web scores from the beginning fall to the winter. In the first one, you'll notice ELA. This is super engaging to look at and super informative. You can see in the fall, you can see right down the grades and an increase, obviously, from fall to winter in every grade level in ELA. But then you look over at our math. And we think 32 to 46, wow, that's great. 50% meeting benchmark in the fall of kindergarten. By the winter, that's not even spring, 91% in the green on benchmark. First, and they go on 39. This is like 3 months later to 83%. Our MTSS team, that's a reflection of a team that works together. They've worked intensely hard on the MTSS DBI process where with individual students and taking them through all of those 2nd grade 92 to 100%. And it goes on. So we're really proud of that. And that's teachers, students, and led by our MTSS team. So these are our priorities. Number 1 was SEL, social emotional learning, ELA, science, and math. On our SABRE screening, this was really informative. Improving our social emotional learning and student perceptions of their well-being. 1 was increase the students at risk on SABRES by reduce it by 10%. Again, our SABRES spring window just opened, so it'll be done within the next week or 2, but we didn't have that time. So we'll be able to see those scores on the next slide, but you can see our initiatives to consistently deliver the SEL program, create a shared language with behavioral expectations, and then implement the SABRE screeners to identify tier 2 and 3. This was kind of surprising, I think, to all of us that created this. Individual counseling. 46 students at Clayville out of 144 total. 32% of our student population. And we have 4 different SEL providers. We have Dr. Mitchell, Shauna Swift, and 2 grant-funded positions. This was part of the reason why we initially came out and asked for more SEL support, because we're losing those 2 grant-funded positions. But we have 46 students currently being served. So roughly half of those will not be serviced next year. 1 whole class intervention, consult and monitoring, 2 minimum. I'm thinking of that. Oh, those classrooms are monitored and consulted with the classroom teachers. So it's not actively the SEL person's going in and doing a class lesson, but they're consulting with the classroom teacher. Lunch bunches are 8 students total, and lots of students. We've had a lot of success in the beginning of the year. We did a training on check-in, check-out system, which is a positive behavior intervention only with somebody that does not work with the child at all. And we've had a huge success. These behavior plans are monitored by full-time people, primarily teachers, that don't have any connection with the child. They check in with them in the morning, 3 minutes, set the goal, and they check in with them, and they're just a cheerleader at the end of the day as well, just to celebrate the student successes. Those aren't even incorporated into our support, our individual counseling or classrooms. And at the bottom, you could see. So on the first chart on the left, took me a while to understand this myself. You can see the students that on the Sabres who categorized as, I want to say, at risk was 28% in the fall and then 30% in the winter. So the numbers kind of stayed the same, but the students could have been different. They pretty much stayed the same at some risk. It kind of stayed the same again, and as well as the students that came out average or in the green or fairly not needing any services. And then 13% stayed. Those numbers pretty much stayed the same as far as the number of kids that were in need or not. On the growth of students was where we saw of the at-risk students, 12%, and then 10% at some risk, and then 56% made growth. And then I'm trying to think of what you call that blue area. Obviously no risk at all, but 23% showed growth. So this just goes over priority 2 with the ELA. We scored 2 points for these. Just kind of go into more detail about our ELA and our school improvement goals. Just kind of breaks it down. Yeah. Our second initiative to increase the students meeting and exceeding expectations on ELA from 40.9 to 55, which is, in my head, I'm thinking, oh, we could go 70%, but we want to set ourselves up for success. And we've been working really hard on that. The first initiative 2.1 to plan and implement the data review and intervention cycles. That's the DBI MTSS team. And that's been really successful. The after school ramp up programs for the Math Matters program. We've had lots of after school programs, and it was lots of kids did that in the ELA and in math. And the increase of the IXL individual learning plans has been great for increasing the ELA as well. So we're hoping for great results next year. That was a great addition to our curriculum. The goal number 2, increase, so no, this is the same thing. Supplement American Reading Company with Haggerty Writing in K-3. It's going so well. Teachers are loving that program and really advocating to keep that. And continue teacher-student writing, analyzing the writing prompts, the rubric, and actually taking student writing and having them learn the rubric and score it themselves. Helps students and teachers increase so much more. Priority 3, science, improving science. This was a tough one to set a goal because we know that it's difficult to go from 75% proficiency. We can't, I think we did think about raising, I think we set it at 82.3, if I'm not mistaken. I don't know why I remember that number, but it's hard. It's going to be but we got to dig deeper into that data and figure out how we can do it. 100% participation in our science. One thing I thought was interesting, I'm really proud of this too, and our whole staff, is as you can see, the 25% in the blue in science was nearly meeting, and then 29.2% met proficiency, combined with 45.8% in science who exceeded the standard, for a total of 75. And we're asking, what are we doing right? Right? Because we got to keep doing it. And we've got to get that other 25%. Increase the use of the mystery science, K-2. Yeah, so we increase from 75 to 82%. And then continue analyzing the NGSA results and digging deep into where our students as a whole, not like individual students, but what can we do better as teachers that are like those areas that we really need to build up and spend more time on. and increasing math. So we still got an average score of 3 points for our math, but it was a decrease from the year before. And like, as I said, it's even though there was a decrease from the year before, it's a completely different cohort of students. So, and I know 66% isn't a poor percentage, but we can do better, and we will. So systematic review of the data and intervention cycles, IXL, individual action plans, and having students work on their own skills. Teacher assigns some skills, but they also have an individual path that they spend time working on, which is specifically tailored to each student. And then the implementation of the after school mathematics program was just finished, and it was great. So we're happy about that. These are some slides that we created from the survey works that we felt was worth sharing and showing that I'm trying to think of spring 2017, 72% of students felt like Clayville was rigorous as far as expectations academically. And in 2024, it was up to almost 90%. So I would say that most kids feel that it's rigorous, and that's what we want, because it is. This is one thing that I personally been working on with my paraprofessionals, and I didn't even see this data, or we didn't even see this data until here, is 2 years ago. That must be when they started to add the paraprofessional test survey works in, that 50% of our paraprofessionals felt like their professional development was helpful to them, or the frequency of their learning activities. So 50% of them responded favorably to that, to a decrease in 19%. So we really want to work on our paraprofessionals, build them up, and give them as much professional development as we can, because a lot is gonna be dependent on them. They're so key to our student learning, working in small groups, supporting teachers, kids. So that's going to be a huge focus moving forward. And then school climate. In spring of 2017, it was at 58%. And again, this is a school within the past 3 or 4 years has been through a lot, to last year coming out at 72%. So it was 58% in 2017, and is 2024 was 72. So although we feel it for our kids, it's definitely impacting them in a positive way still. So thanks to our teachers, our parents, everybody working together, I could definitely say that Clayville is a family. We have that benefit because it's small, and every school I'm sure feels like a family, but when you have so like a small number of students and a small number of teachers, it's easier to feel like a family. Everybody knows everybody. Sometimes that can be a fault, right? Yeah, I wasn't sure on the number of students receiving the math intervention. Tara, do you remember that number offhand? It was a lot. Yeah, I want to say it was like in the 60s, and then the huge decrease in the winter was crazy. And then the reading was 26 students receiving intervention in grades 3 through 5. Our integrated preschool, our little pride, they currently have 1 full-time paraprofessional, 2 part-time paraprofessionals, the AM session, the PM session, and we just wrote the numbers there so you were able to see how IEP to role model students, and both sessions have a maximum of 5 students. Mrs. Redmond's been working tirelessly on, you can go to the next slide, on building up this program in the short, less than a year that she's been here. This is the flyer that she created a few months back to get, she wants those classes filled, and with kids to be great role models for each other, support each other. She's always ready to go and has worked super hard on that. You can go to the next slide. Here is the Bright Stars original scoring last year just to get Bright Stars, just to get our preschool accredited. Like they just came out, they said, let's see what you have. Let's just get you in there in the system. And everything came out on the 10 standards. You can see what they are here. You can go back and look at it later, but 10 standards all came out at a 1 before we even tried. Does it say anything after that? Oh, what I will share with you is we did the pre-assessment at the beginning of when it maybe was before I even got here in October, and every one of the standards was higher than a 3. And Ashley was only here for September and October. They came out to do the pre-assessment in October, and every standard was above a 3, a couple 4s, maybe 1 5, and we just finished the entire process. In between tomorrow and I think the 22nd, they will be out to do the post evaluation, and we're keeping our fingers crossed that it's going to be 5 stars. So kudos to her whole team and everyone that's helped with that. It's been a lot of work. So we're looking forward to it. So it's been a great year. Does anyone have any questions? Okay, bye. No, just kidding.
Other than thank you for the presentation. And it's great that we also have it in our packet to go back and really dig in. And I don't know if any school committee members have questions now, but if not, I know that they can always ask
Absolutely.
you in the future as well.
Yeah.
I think just a comment. Well, actually, one question. How many years have you been at Clayville, Lori? Mrs. Boudiette, excuse me.
Probably maybe this would be 24.
You beat
Oh,
me.
at Clayville.
Yeah.
No,
can't
because
remember.
I was at North Situate.
Okay.
And then for 2 years, and then went to Hope for 3 years, and then came here. So I've been here probably 20,
Okay, wow.
maybe
Okay.
21.
So I just wanted to, as a member of the school committee, a member of the community, a former parent, thank you for stepping in the role that you did this year. You have been a stabilizing force at Clayville when we really needed somebody. So I know that that jump isn't always easy, particularly in a place where you were. There used to be a saying around, if you could make it out of Mrs. B's 5th grade class, you could
That
make
is not
it.
me. I don't know what you're talking
I
about.
don't know. I had 3 kids. I had 3 very different learners, and one has already graduated college, one who's a Marine, one who's this, and they still think their hardest grade ever was Mrs. B's 5th grade class. So
You had to say that out loud.
yeah, no, but and as a parent, I'm like, oh my God, this homework, IXL, I almost got flashbacks on that, but I
You
appreciate.
don't make them go to 100%.
I appreciate all you do, all you've done to push each of our learners to their potential. And again, to have someone who's been here almost 2 decades to kind of be at the helm right now, greatly appreciate it. So thank you.
Well, Clayville's my home, and sometimes we don't realize how much we need each other. So it was a nice change for me too. So thank you.
Next on the agenda is the director of curriculum. See you get up. I almost missed you.
Hi, everyone. Another presentation on data, riveting right before the budget. I am not going to spend a lot of time, but most of the material is linked for your viewing. But this is what I presented March 5th of last year in terms of what my long-term goals were, or this year's goal were. The darker color, I'm colorblind, but on the right, whatever is darker is what has been accomplished. And the 2 light blue, I think, light blue ones, thank you, are something that I unfortunately did not get to do, and I can explain why in a little while. So in area of curriculum, what was done is under portfolio. What is gonna happen for the rest of this year is under short term, and long term is something that is gonna happen either over the next year or a few years. I'm gonna highlight one of each in spirit of time. The biggest thing that I think I was really kind of proud of us doing collectively was to come up with a process to review our new curriculum, not only in terms of all of these criteria of relevancy, cultural responsiveness, but also we did school visits and we did interviews with the practitioners of the curriculum, which actually led us to, surprisingly in elementary, we had assumed that we're going to change from American Reading Company. We looked at the districts that have been high performing over the past 3-4 years, and we actually chose their schools to go visit. With any curriculum, there is those shortcomings, and it was an eye-opening experience for us as teachers to go and listen, see it in action, and see that the shortcomings were similar to American Reading Company. As a result, that comes a little bit further, but as a result, we are sticking with American Reading Company, and we have determined what areas do we need to strengthen our instruction. Writing was one of them. We supplemented with Haggerty writing, but there were other things that came about that we thought, as a cohort of very much educated teachers that have had 5 years of American Reading Company professional development, we were able to tackle.
Can I ask you one question?
Sure.
Because it's very pertinent to what you just said. So I love the fact going to the high performing districts. One of the things, and I think, again, not an educator, and I put it right back to you, not as much which curriculum you're using. Did you find that in the higher performing districts that they chose a curriculum and stuck with it? Do you follow my question?
Yes.
Like, and I get none of them are perfect, right?
Right.
So did you see that in any of those districts?
We did, and the majority of them, their takeaway after 3 or 4 years was, that's a tool. We need our teachers to enhance that tool to make it fit our students. Everybody's supplementing the same way we were thinking. But again, the thought process was, we're going to find something better that has all the solutions. We didn't.
And they didn't nobody did.
Nobody has. Yes.
And Ozzy, the districts did not see the teachers augmenting that curriculum and using their own expertise as being not implementing that curriculum with fidelity, right?
No, not at all. And
Exactly.
again, I think it was a painful experience for all of them, because initially we were saying, you're going to be on unit 1, day 1 of this curriculum. It's not a scripted curriculum, and now the ability for teachers to make decisions collectively has been really eye-opening, and I think it has brought us together more as grade level teachers. So that was kind of what I was going to highlight in the area of curriculum. For instruction, we continued doing our learning walks. We have completed all 3 of them. The biggest promise we had made to the committee was that we were going to invite teachers. It has been kind of difficult to get teachers because they would have to get a sub. But we had 17 of us going on one of our walks. We had all of our interventionists, union representation, union president. They joined, and it was very, very eye-opening as a collective to look for the things we were kind of talking about. I hope they saw value also. This is the areas that we are looking for in the last 3 years. If you notice, in almost all of them, we have increased and improved our practices and what we see. We're very aligned. Every time we do a learning walk, we actually stop right after every classroom and communicate with each other and make sure that we're scoring within one score. This is really also telling us what we're going to focus on next year. We decided by visiting other schools that maybe we are, out of a lot of love for our kids and wanting them to be successful, we're probably scaffolding a little bit too much. So as a result, we are going to be raising the rigor and having the students participate in productive struggle, that's what educators call it. We really don't want them to give up, but we want them to struggle a little bit too. Then that's the DOK, depth of knowledge. For area of assessment, I did the data presentations. We did a lot of test prep. It was in Lori's slide how much we tried to incentivize it. I had talked about how we did a lot of data workshops with every grade level department, but if you go to the next one, I wanted to highlight the elementary report cards that became standards-based. And I know I shortly talked about that a while back, but this is an evidence of doing the work collectively with a lot of stakeholder feedback. And I'm very proud that we had a committee to look at the report card we were proposing, come up with some suggestions, we revised it. It was a whole team with every grade level's input kind of taken into consideration, and also parents. If you go to the next slide, we had a parent virtual night. We had 18 parents, which to me was actually very good participation with great questions that led to some changes. Obviously, after the end of this year, we're going to kind of reflect on what worked, what didn't work, and potentially revise it again. Nothing is set in stone, but it's something that collectively we created, and I think we're kind of proud of.
What problem were you solving by redoing the report card?
The report card that originally was for elementary schools had a combination of numbers, letters. It was very confusing as a parent. I tried reading it as a parent, and it was just not very cohesive. And additionally, you didn't know what your student was learning. This is really standards based, so you would know at the end of kindergarten, your student needs to know X, Y, Z. And potentially on IXL, you can help your student. It's very much more, I think, informative, not only for families, but also for the next grade level teacher. For grants, this is really, really exciting. Of course, we have talked about the Learn 365 rounds 1, 2, and Math Matters and the math coach that we love. I do want to kind of highlight the next slide. Did you see the check marks on the right of that for the short term? That is something that is taking so long to do, but surprise, surprise, we got audited by Right. And for titles 1, 3, 4, McKinney-Vento, they asked for evidence. It was over 210 pieces of evidence that had to be provided. And in a small district that we don't have an MLL director, and anyway, very labor of love. This is a screenshot of maybe 1/3 of one of the grants. So
How much time did one have to?
I had 2 weeks. I think I actually maybe almost cried in one of our policy subcommittee meetings, but it was 2 weeks and over February break. And again, backup for Title I school, a lot, even Title I parents helped us. The school, I mean, honestly, I'm very proud to say, and this might be a surprise for some, but we did get our results back and we just didn't, I have to provide evidence for 6 things and not even they call it a corrective action plan. Potentially, we're not going to even have one of them. So I'm really, really proud that now we have those systems. If you go back one, we were looking for what is it that a Title I school is required to do, or for our MLO students, what is the entrance exit criteria? Because regardless of who is sitting here in this position, you want somebody to take something and know that we have something. And I'm proud to say all of those, even for homeless, for McKinney-Vento, now we have a system. If you look at our website, the information is there. I do feel like if I leave and when I leave and when we all leave, there's something behind that somebody can pick up and go, because it was very difficult to not have anything.
That's a perfect example too. I know in some of our budget discussions, Ozzy, it was brought up, you know, oh, these federal monies that are coming in, are they going to other? That is proof positive that the monies that are received for specialized uses, there is a process in place to ensure to continue those funds coming, that they are being allocated in the appropriate places, obviously.
Yes.
Yeah.
And who knew? I honestly
I think
learned experience.
It's back to a systems thing. Even like, you know, Jason was talking about the facilities. Like if one of us wasn't here tomorrow or the next day, who would pick up? And one of my philosophies in life is you always leave it better than you found it. I don't think it's really hard in some ways to leave it better than you found it if you had plans from 1961 maybe, but and not that we want anyone to go anywhere, but it's putting those systems.
For systems, as we were talking about systems, we proposed many new things. The website was published. I want to be very proud to say that the secondary MTSS system, which when we started did not exist, is going strong and no longer requires central office to be a part of. Jen Goff is doing a fabulous job with the specialists to actually be data driven and kind of replicate what the elementary had always been doing. We have done a new schedule proposal for elementary schools next year. This is another collaborative effort that we sat down, came up with ways that kind of ensures equity across the 3 schools, because they originally had different times for art and music between the 3 schools. So right now, based on our proposal, it did change our itinerant schedule. That now instead of 2 schools, they would be going to 3 schools. But again, I sat with each of them with the union representation, and we problem solved together. We were all solution oriented, and I know sometimes change is hard, but they really just gave us really good feedback that makes it better. Again, we're going to try this out, and next year, if it doesn't work, we're going to come back to the table and revise it as needed. Priorities, this is going to be quick. As you saw in Laurie's and previous schools, our school improvement goals are all aligned to our district initiatives and goals. And that is we're kind of rowing the same direction. Every school has the 3 goals of improving ELA, math and science, social, emotional, family engagement. All of those we're aligned and going, I hope, that in the right direction. This is not really easily visible from where I'm standing. But the one thing you got to look at is last year, out of our 7 goals, we met 1 last year in our first of 3 years of strategic plan. This year, we met 3 of them. So I think we're definitely going in the right direction. And we had set our goals pretty rigorous. And as Lori was saying, because we're so small, 1 or 2 in this school, and it does make a big difference and big impact on our numbers, but I think that we have something to celebrate. Professional learning, and this is, I think, the last one. I'm sorry, I'm being too long-winded, but we have a lot to be proud of. Okay. Professional learning, last year, we got feedback from our support professionals that they wanted hands-on workshops. We included them. Our teachers had voiced that they wanted differentiation and they wanted to specific topics. We got consultants to come in and do really, really well received. If you go to the next one, you can see in 23-24, that was the takeaways from all of the PDs. It goes from really bad on the left to the 5s on the right. The 5s went down a little bit this year, but if you notice, if you get closer, the 1s and 2s went down. And of course, because we were trying to make this personalized for all schools, some teachers did not love it as much as they did their specific topic last year. But I do want to say that we learned that our PD days were way too close to each other. One of them was in September and one of them was in October. So when they're taking the survey works, they haven't really had frequency because we're done. We only get 2 days with them. So for next year, our proposal was to actually spread them out a little bit more. So one would be in October and one, I think we did it in March. So hopefully we can get to meet with our teachers for PD a little bit more frequent. Not frequent, spaced out. So in reflections, the decisions we made were almost always student-centered, data-driven, collective, and responsive to our needs. Along the way, we have so much to celebrate, as you can see in every school. We made a lot of improvements and we learned, and looking ahead, again, we are going to say together we are better and we can, we did, and we will. I just wanted to say one last thing. NEASC was a big thing that I had promised to be helpful in, and we collectively got all meeting the requirements, or I think meeting expectations. They came back with 1 not meeting. We met with them. We showed them evidence, and the high school staff really worked together to get that rolling. So that's another big celebration that we have. Any questions?
It's exhausting.
My eyes are going like a bing. But it's big work.
It is so much information, and like you said, in so much, and you just did it almost like a cap, because in here, then you can click on something, you can get lost going on and reading, and to have this all come from one person with all this work,
It's a lot work of a lot of people that
coordinate.
Like a little.
Well, and that's one of the things that I thought was, and you spoke a lot about, bringing all stakeholders together. I want an honest answer. If we were to survey our educators within the district, what do you think they would say? And maybe we have, I don't know. What do you think they would say about our curriculum?
I have a slide that I talked about what in what areas because
Me-
we have a lot of needs.
I get it. No, I get it. I'm just asking, like, do our educators feel as though we're moving in the right direction? I guess there's always, and do they feel as though we're hearing them?
I hope so. And I should have talked about that because that's a big part of my
Yeah.
job, one of the seed of the CIA. You know, we did ELA looking at other districts for elementary, but we also did that for middle school. Middle school is switching their ELA curriculum into literature. They also went to school visits, did the whole rubric, and you know, the comparison. High school is switching. It's been very much coming from the professionals, which are the teachers of record. Elementary math, we're doing Eureka, but we found a Eureka squared that is a little bit more student friendly. We're going to switch that. It's a little bit of a switch, but every teacher was I met with the grade level team leaders. The teachers went and gave their feedbacks. They did the demo. Middle school sticking with the same agile minds. High school is looking to switch. So they're actually going to go to a visit. They went today for one and they're going to do another one. I hope that they know that their opinions matter. And what we created as a system is an evidence-based research of new curriculum. So I hope that they would say
Yeah,
they
and,
are,
and
they
I'm
have a
not to
say in.
indicate they're not, like, it's Ms. Nicholson, shaking her head. So I think we've come a long way. Those that have been around for a while, we didn't really have, it was kind of everyone for themselves at one point in time, but but again, we can have the best curriculum in the world, the best this, but if we don't have the buy-in for the teachers and they don't feel as though they're part of the process, and unfortunately, several years ago, it was just kind of like, this is what you get and this is do with it. I just want us to move forward with their boots on the ground, right?
Yes,
They know what's
absolutely. I think you're actually a part of the team, right? Yes.
Well, Ozzy made sure that there was voices from every grade level and we all came together as a team and then we all talked, went back to the schools and discussed. So, and then she had another group come and of different educators to see another curriculum so that we could talk and we did come to the same conclusions. So yes, we felt like our voices were heard. Thank you.
I think there's lots of evidence that this has been a bottom-up work, orchestrated beautifully by Ozzy, but it really has generated from the bottom. And the addition of Hegarty is evidence of that, because that came from classroom teachers saying, there's a hole and we know how to fill it. So absolutely, teacher voice has been valued in the process. Ozzy's done a great job with that.
I hope so. Let's do a survey though. I would like to know.
My question was kind of a redundant question. It was quite evident through your presentation, but I think that I just wanted to point out in a lot of ways how we've moved mountains in that capacity, that it's not just a one size fits all. This is what you get and don't get upset and make it work, because it's not going to. And so thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions?
No,
Thanks.
thank you. That brings us to our superintendent's report.
Good evening. You have the employee update as you get every month in your packet as part of my update. I'd like to start with recognizing Paula DeLuglio, the grade 3 teacher at North Scituate, has submitted her retirement. I did ask her to be present tonight so that we could celebrate her, so that school committee could recognize her 44 years of dedication to this district. That, I mean, I'm getting goosebumps. We all love teaching and we all love kids, but that's an incredible amount of dedication. And there's a lot of expertise that will be walking out the door when she leaves us in June. Know that we recognize that, we value it, and we are grateful for the 44 years that she gave us. She's so humble. She refused to come tonight. But I want the people that are listening from home and Caitlin and the rest of the North Scituate staff to know that we recognize just what a gift those 44 years were and how much we will miss her when she leaves. So as if that weren't enough of a blow for North Scituate, we also have Caitlin Socio's, the principal's resignation. She's gonna go down the road where her children go to school, and we wish her the best in her new endeavor, and that will be another area that will be, you know, a challenge for us to fill. We will get the very best leader for the teachers at North Scituate, and we wish Caitlin the very best. Having said all of that, as we approach the close of the 24-25 academic year, I want to provide school committee and people that are watching remotely an update on the end of the year events and the celebrations that we have planned across the district. As you can see, I mean, coming after Ozzy's presentation, I think it's pretty evident that everybody in this district is working so incredibly hard. Leaders, teachers, paraprofessionals, you would not see the kind of growth that we're seeing in kids, in facilities and infrastructures, if everybody were not working so hard. And we often forget to celebrate. So I want to talk about some of the celebrations that are planned. We're excited to announce the addition of a new recognition initiative. And in the spirit of honoring the really hard work and dedication of all the members of this school community, we will, for the first time, be naming a support staff person of the year. This recognition will accompany our annual Teacher of the Year announcement. Both honorees will be celebrated during a special faculty gathering on the last day of school. I am meeting, this idea came out of a meeting that John Dunn and I went to at RIDE, and a lot of districts are choosing different ways to announce and celebrate their Teacher of the Year. And John and I were both excited about what was shared from other districts. So this event will serve as a time for staff to reflect and celebrate on the many accomplishments that we've achieved throughout the year. And we're proud of the work that has taken place under our 24-25 theme of Together We Thrive. At the middle school this year, the National Junior Honor Society ceremony will be held on May 29th in the auditorium at 7 p.m. The 8th grade celebration will be June 10th in the auditorium. That starts a little earlier at 5:30. 6th grade and 7th grade spring concerts will be June 11th in the auditorium starting at 6. And this is one of my favorite things. The band and chorus will perform at Six Flags on May 30th. I went to that event for the first time last year, and I will follow them again this year. It is an experience to really watch those middle school kids perform in an area that they've not been before, and they are competing and getting feedback from professionals. They represent Scituate very well, and if you were there, you would be just as proud as I am when I get to go. The high school, the National Honor Society and the National Honor Society will be, and the induction will be May 7th at 6:30. That's always a beautiful ceremony in the auditorium. And Senior Scholarship Night is May 28th. We all know graduation is June 6th at 6:30 at the gazebo. We can't wait for that. Elementary schools, Clayville, so kudos to the Clayville staff and to Lori for this Clayville Wildcats showcase that you are going to have June 5th from 5 to 7. They're going to have a music concert, an art show, a STEM expo, book fair, a food truck. That is a fabulous way to kind of wrap up the year in a community setting with a little bit of everything. So that should be interesting and fun for the kids. North Scituate has their kindergarten celebration on June 10th and 5th grade for June 11th. And reading week for North Scituate is May 19th. I'm already signed up to read my book and go in and read to the kids. So that's good. Hope Elementary School has Family STEAM Night and a book fair night on May 21st from 4 to 6. So that's a nice combination of activities. And they have a relaxation ceremony May 27th for grades K to 2 at 12 o'clock and 3 to 5 from 1 o'clock. I may go over there and do a little relaxing myself with those kids. Field day is scheduled for May 30th and the kindergarten celebration June 10th and grade 5 June 12th. These events really offer meaningful ways for us to celebrate student achievement, showcase the talents, and recognize the hard work of the entire school community. We need to spend more time celebrating, from academics to arts and from community building to student recognition. We want to thank you for the continued support as we close out another successful and memorable school year. Please feel free to reach out if you have any questions, anybody remotely or in the audience about any activities and attendance. School committee is invited to attend any and all of those activities.
Thank you.
Questions?
Are there any questions? Thank you. That brings us to Chartwell's. Am I wrong?
Support.
Hang on 1 second, guys.
Would you like us to skip you?
We've had a lot of, go ahead.
Actually, can we take Chartwell's out of order? I'd like to make a motion to take Chartwell's out of order so they can present next, so that they can go home. All in favor? We won't forget you, Stephanie.
Good evening. I'm Aaron Shoemaker with Chartwells, the Director of Operations for the state.
I'm Jennifer Garahan, News Director. Oh, sorry. Jennifer Garahan, the Director of Dining Services.
As you all know, it's time of the year where we are seeking renewal of our food service contract. This is the final renewal of the current statewide contract. I believe each of you received the 2 versions of the budget that I proposed this year. The only difference between those 2 budgets is a small meal price increase on one of them, and then obviously the proposed guarantee associated with that meal price increase. So I don't know if there's any questions about the budgets.
It's me.
I did send an email. I just want to make sure everybody received it with both budgets and a breakdown with a little more detail, and my recommendation, if you'd like it, was in the email as well.
So in your email, Stephanie, you talked about inefficient payment retrieval and complicated billing conversations with parents as a result of
Lack of staffing.
correct. Can you explain that a little bit more?
So when a student comes through, obviously the individual would take payment from the student, and that's processed. There's different levels if they have free lunch, not free lunch, if they're taking payment fully. So when we're having staffing issues, I know there was a time frame also where at Hope, breakfast wasn't able to, I'm sorry, at Clayville, breakfast wasn't able to be served because we were lacking staff. And then when there's not enough 2 people in order to serve, then, you might just be sending the kids through and not necessarily looking as carefully so that they have time to sit and eat. I know I have a daughter in elementary school here. Well, not here, but at one of the schools as well. And sometimes she's like, we were rushed to eat, because there's just not, it's important to have enough staff.
But the inefficient payment retrieval.
So at my team at the end of each month will reconcile and see if there is outstanding bills. So I believe it's set to $20 now, or is it 50, 20? Anytime that there is $20 or more unpaid, they get an automatic letter from our new system, Mosaic. And it just reminds the parents, which I love because I never know what Valentine is buying over there. It'll say, they're over $20, you've got to pay. And sometimes parents will say, or reach out, nobody informed me, or they didn't do the right charge. And it's normally been a circumstance where there was understaffing or a staffing issue that I'd already been aware of due to us not being able to retain staff with them not being, I mean, what we're paying is very low. And I did send those charts too. I hope you saw them.
You did?
Of the, like districts.
Yes. Yeah, I saw that. So, by having proper staffing, how would that help with the payment retrieval? Because what you're describing is because there's
Kind of chaos with one
somebody not there to check the student out is
properly.
okay.
If I can give an example.
Yeah.
You know, if at most of our elementary schools, we have 2 people. If one of them is out for the day or we're unable to fill that position, there's one person that's serving, and then the students are expected to type in their number at the register, and at no fault to them, elementary students, they grab their milk, they get distracted, they walk past the register. So we're serving those meals, but maybe not collecting the revenue.
Thank you for the example. You also kind of hit on more questions I have about our policy. I want to make sure our policy is working. Are we still using My School Bucks?
Yes.
And I did hear that you say it does trigger at 20%, which is what the policy says, is a, one triggers, is a $20, another trigger is anywhere between $5 and $75, but this notification system is working. Are we also in the policy, it talks about the opportunity, to allow the Scituate School Department access to credit cards from families that they want to put a credit card on file
So
for
they
this.
can do that on My School Bucks.
So are they doing that as well?
They can do that as well.
And we wrote this policy, I remember, because we were not collecting thousands and thousands and thousands of dollars. Has that helped? Has this policy helped?
Mosaic, this new system has helped immensely. The old system, even though it was triggered to send out letters, would send out letters sometimes and not send out letters other times, is what I found when I started digging into the nuggets. So we changed to Mosaic, and now, you know, we're talking to parents regularly who are like, oh my God, I didn't know that, you know, whoever, I don't know sometimes what Valentina does, so.
Sure, understood. So who monitors the lunch debt
My
in order to
office.
send it? You do that? And our current debt is better than in the past years.
Way better.
Okay. And we're still using My School Bucks. I'm just going through my questions, which you've already answered most of them. In here it says if we continue to not increase meal prices, we run the risk of RIDE raising them to a set market rate of their own. And what does that mean? Are they going to set it to a higher rate than what we're offering? Is that is that the risk?
So the USDA has it's called the paid lunch equity tool. And USDA does not want your free and reduced students to supplement to subsidize your paid students. So it's a formula. You enter the number of meal counts based on the current rate, and it gives you a weighted price. Situate's current weighted price is $2.72. The USDA recommendation for the 2024-25 school year is $3.85. So we're about $1.15 behind what the USDA recommends a paid lunch be. And because of that, you're collecting about $1 or so less than your free and reduced students per student.
Thank you for explaining that, because that's an important piece that was.
Yeah, and one thing I also just thought, so at some point, if you know, during COVID, they haven't forced anybody, but RIDE and the USDA, based on that paid lunch equity tool, they can force a district to raise their meal prices at a 10-cent increments. So they're never going to come in and say you need to raise it $1, but they may say year after year after year, you need to raise it a dime.
When's the last time we raised it?
I have personally been in the district since 2018, and we have not raised prices since then, at least.
That's not right. Again, I don't want, I don't want to put more burden on, but you're right. The free and reduced lunch kids aren't supposed, that's not the purpose of, but it's just that gap's going to continue to grow.
Of course. So in the budget that I proposed, it's a 25-cent increase to breakfast and a 15-cent increase to lunch. And that gets the guarantee to that break even that I know the committee's looking for. And that's not saying that I won't recommend a price increase next year, and probably the year after that to get to that paid lunch equity price. I typically don't like to recommend more than, a quarter or so at a time, because you usually see participation decreases. They usually come back, but
I get it, but it's not, again, I'm not looking to make money on the backs of the kids' school lunch program, but it's a disservice if we're gonna go all these years in between without any form of increase at all. Let's face it, the cost of everything has increased. So to bring it, like, I mean, again, I would never advocate to go from 272 to 3, you know what I mean, to 385. But I think my thoughts, there needs to be some form of increase.
yeah, and based on the budgets, that 15 cents is worth about $10,000 for your meal counts. So every 15 cents.
Why significantly more for breakfast than for lunch?
So the breakfast, you're currently charging $1.25. Our year-to-date run rate for food costs is $1.33. So you're currently losing money every breakfast you serve just on the food, not including any labor or anything like that. And just not to, I just want to make everybody aware, everyone in the state is low. So you're not the only one that's, way off, but you kind of look for round numbers sometimes, and the quarter for breakfast. We don't see a ton of participation for breakfast.
I was going to ask you how popular that program is.
Our participation rates are about 5.5% for breakfast, and about just under 40% for lunch, which is not uncommon for a district like this.
How many students are you talking about with that 5%? Let's say Clayville. How many kids in Clayville on?
Have breakfast?
Yeah.
Daily? Yeah, I was gonna say 15 at the absolute most.
Yeah, elementary's a little higher, and secondary is lower, so it's 5% district wide. But
Okay, so high school
between
2.
and that's
Yeah.
junior and senior high.
Yeah, very, very low at high school.
And what's the cost to running breakfast if only 2 students are utilizing that?
Well, there's food cost and the labor cost, obviously, but you do have to run the program. There's not an option if you are running a national school lunch.
We have to do breakfast because that breakfast program has been started within the last 10 years, right? We didn't have this more than 10 years ago. Did we have? I don't remember having breakfast when my kids were in school. Is it fairly new within the last 10 years?
It probably has been around for a long time. It's
Really?
just breakfast is communication doesn't get out as well as it should. Breakfast participation
I'll give you a minute.
is I don't know exactly what the number of free and reduced students is off the top of my head, but we're not even capturing all of those students.
I know in the yes, it's true. That's true. And I will let you speak before we go to a vote. If you do come up to the mic, just so people at home can hear you, because whatever you have to say is important for everyone to hear. So you can say your name and your position.
Sharon to Sarah, 251 Central Pike.
Okay.
The high school breakfast is served in the 6th grade cafeteria, and the high school kids don't want to go down to the 6th grade cafeteria to get breakfast. And a lot of them would eat breakfast, and I try and tell them, I'm like, hey, they made egg McMuffins today. They do not want to walk down to the 6th grade cafeteria to go get breakfast. If it was served in the high school cafeteria, which is accessible to 7th and 8th grade or housed in there, and the sixth graders could walk up or get it before they go down, and the high school kids, you would have more kids eating breakfast.
Yeah, but the problem is we'd have to have more staff serving them if we're gonna be serving them in two separate places. And if we have two kid, you have the same amount of kids for, so if they're, why are they serving them breakfast in, they aren't obviously set up to serve breakfast in the high school. And I certainly don't want middle school kids going up to the high school. It would be the preference to go backwards. But
Yeah, and I think historically it was always served at the high school. And I don't remember exactly when it changed, but it went from being at the high school to the middle school.
and that's a conversation obviously that would have to include a school principal and not for tonight, but you're telling me between the two of them, you're serving.
Under 5.
Okay.
So, all school committee members are aware of the two, budgets that we, were sent. I would like to make a motion to approve and I don't, yes, of course.
I'd be remiss if I didn't. And I know you've been around, I think the two of you have been around for a few years, if memory serves me correct. Have you been in front of us before?
Several times.
Yeah. I would be remiss if I didn't try and shake you down like Carolyn Diaz did for the last several, I promise I won't. Is there anything more? You're $1 billion.
So
And I say that from the best place possible. She did this stuff for Ride, right? Like we know she, is there anything more we can get from, I'm just being honest, right? Without being
yeah, and,
Carolyn. And I don't want to stick her on you because I can get her if I know.
you know, I looked at a lot of, you know,
I'm
again,
sorry,
I've been
that
here
was difficult.
before. I tried not to beat around the bush. The number that I'm presenting is, I think, the best number that we can do. A lot of the funding that we've had the last couple of years since COVID, local foods for school, that's a $1 billion grant that's going away.
No,
Yes.
You know, the fresh fruit and veggie program.
Yeah.
We've been lucky to have it this year. We don't know if we're going to have it next year.
Yeah.
SCA
funds are going down. I mean, there's been funding that we've had it is going away.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I was on the phone if I need it, so I just want to see.
I was gonna say, I did meet with them several times before and I shook them down the best I could, so that's where we're at.
Again, you have to ask, right? Like, and we respect, so I'm sorry, like a piece.
No, it's okay. And this is with the $5,000, max deficit.
So the two versions of the budget without a price increase, I think it's just under a $9,000 deficit or loss not to exceed.
Correct.
And then with a price increase, I think it brings you just under $2,000 return. And I would ask for a break even contract.
Okay. Any other questions? I'd like to make a motion to accept the contract with the pay increase, which is equal in both of them, and then to increase the prices of the lunch and the breakfast. Any more discussion? All in favor? Did you want to say something? All in favor? Aye. Thank you.
Much.
I'll send Carolyn your best. She's been tough. We've seen that.
That brings us to the Director of Finance report, the budget to actual.
So at this point in the year, I start diving in a little deeper to the nuggets to see why we're at where we're at, if we start having material changes from the projection. So I'm going to talk about those specifically and what I found. Our outgoing CTE, we're over by $88,827 than originally budgeted. And when I did a little digging, because some students came, some students returned, we had budgeted originally for 37 and we have 40 outgoing now. So that was the change there. I also noticed the diagnostician line was increasing exponentially suddenly. So I did a little data down with students as the year went on, not necessarily the students, more students, if that makes sense. So I do have a chart of that and we just kind of got that information. So I'd be happy to share that with the committee.
Why would that be, Lori? I'm not specific to a student, but I'm just like, I would automatically think more hours, more serving more. No, you may have had kids that, first of all, if we couldn't get staff, so they would try to piecemeal it and maybe you could get a staff person for a couple hours. But, and as the year goes on, typically kids
who are struggling, struggle more as the end of the school year, approaches. And so if they only needed them for a few hours, they may need them for the whole day then, because as we get closer to the last day of school, those kids will, typically they will struggle more.
That brings me to transportation, which has been a hot topic. You can see we are over by $390,710 in that line as far as a projection. Right now, we're at $1,366,692 expended, or I should say by 5/1. Everything changes every day, every second, so it's different now, I'm sure. So I just want to dive into that a little bit so that the committee and everyone has an understanding of what we expect from here till then. We have statewide bills, 3 more statewide bills to pay, and a sample of months with similar days. That's kind of what I look at to try to find a trend of what the bills will be. And they could be anywhere from $34,000 to $45,000. So approximately $104,970 still due just for statewide. First student was paid through March. We have 3 more invoices to pay. I did the same thing with the like day months. And so anywhere from $125,510 to $179,500 a month. So approximately $380,010 still due for first student. We also have field trips and athletics, which is projecting around another 50K. So that's where that number is coming from. It's a big number. It's a scary number. I don't like big numbers. But I just wanted to kind of give a breakout of where that's coming from. All that said and done, we're projecting still around the same small deficit of under 1K. Our budget usage is around 80.65% at this time. Does anybody have any questions?
Any questions? Nope. Thank you. That brings us to item under new business number 2, which is the FY 26 budget reduction. As we know, the town committee has a shortfall of 230,000 with the essentially the 4% levy increase, and has reduced town department budgets even more. Our operating budget ask is being reduced by 190,000. This gives us a total of how much more to spend over last year, Stephanie? It's $1,091,000. How much more is our ask? Is it with this 190 reduction? Is it $1,091,000?
So
91,000.
we received $22,308,397 last year.
I'm just asking like how much more, how much increase in spending?
Oh, in spending.
Correct.
Okay.
How much, increase in spending.
Spending. Reference the presentation. Let me see.
Including that 190 reduction.
I believe it was 6.8, but let me look.
That's okay. It comes to about 5.5, a little bit more than 5.5 increase in spending over last year.
So, and I think we've discussed this before. So when we're talking about spending, a lot of that is the contractual obligations. Like we're talking about the increase in transportation.
Fixed costs, contractual
Yep.
obligations.
Yes. So as Stephanie finds it, I'm going to turn the discussion over to the superintendent to hear her recommendations for our consideration on how to bring a balanced budget forward to the town council. This budget's due Thursday.
So before, I'm sorry to cut you off, Laurie, but I think that's our job, quite honestly. I mean, we're budget and policy. So yes, the superintendent can provide us with information, but I think as a committee, we're going to need to make the decisions of what's going to be cut.
So according to Title 16-11.10, superintendent's responsibilities to prepare a school budget for consideration by the school committee. Our policy 3020 is for the superintendent to develop and propose a balanced budget for our review. I was just at an annual meeting for RIASC on Saturday, and I asked this question to several superintendents, to Tim Duffy, the executive director, to several other school committee members, and they said it is absolutely the superintendent's job to present to us a balanced budget for our review. Yes, we approve it, but the superintendent is the one that presents it to us. The superintendent knows the educational impact of these decisions. She oversees all the personal functions of the district, and we're obligated to give the school committee direction and guidance so we can make sound decisions.
So that's what she did. We've been presented a budget. We've been presented a budget. We've been presented multiple budgets.
Correct, that we've had no decision or choice in, right? So we were given the first budget, it was almost 11% increase. We said, go back and take out this much money. We were given the next budget and it was down to 6 point something percent. It's like, nope, go back and take out more. We had no decision in any of those cuts. So and it came back and so every time the budget has come back to us with more cuts, we've had no decision on where those cuts were. Those were all done at the superintendent's level, all of it. Each time, each and every time, and it's happening yet again. This time, the direction's not coming from us, it's coming from the town council. Go back and find another 190.
Well, I don't know that we can. So I don't, and I
Yeah.
don't think so are we giving, so I guess I think before we have and I'm sorry to speak over you, or I think it's a fundamental piece that we need to, are we giving the superintendent a directive to take another $190,000 out of this budget?
Yeah, like we've been giving our directives all along.
So, but that we have the right to ask for the budget. Now, you passed a budget. We've passed a budget that we thought was fair. And based upon the needs that were presented from the principals, and are we at a place now that, is it the committees, and I don't know the answer to this, they're asking us to take another $190,000 out. What if we don't? What happens? I don't know the answer to that question. You?
We have to present a balanced budget to the town council by Thursday. And there's no money there for them to give us. They told us to take 190 out, so we need to present a balanced budget. And that decision has to come from the superintendent on her recommendations to us that we consider. Unless we want to give her the directives and say, whatever you choose, we will support. Which is why we're asking her now, the balanced budget for us to discuss tonight of what minus the 190, and the options, maybe it's a couple of options, and she gives us her priority list of these are some options and this is what I think is a priority, second priority, third priority.
So I'm sorry, I keep speaking over you, but I think I think we were clear, and I think we've discussed this many times, that this is a lean budget. And as far as I know, and as far as any of us know, whether it be $350,000 or $190,000, we have been told, and correct me if I'm wrong, Stephanie and Lori, that there's no fluff in this budget. That's going to it's going to be a personnel reduction, right?
Yes.
Like that's,
Well,
so I think am I correct in stating that without putting anybody on the spot? But those numbers, when we have what's broken in for, in our personnel lines, as far as breakage and attrition, and there's no wiggle room there. We get to save a lot of money right there without getting these cuts.
It is a very, very tight budget in the general fund right now. I'm worried about if any more cuts happen in the general fund, that there will be a deficit. I have no problem saying that.
So meaning that there's no wiggle room. So the
Correct.
only way to bring this budget down, and I'm just talking common sense, I'm putting it out there, is to reduce positions.
we've been saying that for a while. This is a hard discussion. And the superintendent is in charge of personnel. Can you imagine, like, if we have 4 people here today as opposed to 5, and totally disrupting and saying, well, I think we should get rid of the sports, and I think we should get rid of, a math teacher, right? We don't know the school impact by these decisions. That is a superintendent's job to know the impact, the educational impact of these decisions and being in charge of personnel. And I want to hear guidance from that.
So you're not asking the superintendent to reduce it, you're asking her for what her recommendations would be for us to reduce the budget.
Well, ultimately, we vote on it, but the recommendations are, I'll say the obvious, not run a second grade class at Hope. I'm just stating the obvious. That would be a recommendation that the superintendent would bring to us, unless she doesn't want that recommendation. We're going to have a conversation first. Thank you. Or it could be, a myriad of other things. Or maybe you find that you reduce a second grade, I'm making this up. Reduce a second grade teacher at Hope, that brings it down to $100,000. Maybe they can find $100,000 and then keep the kindergarten class because kindergarten is a moving target until September anyway. These are suggestions and recommendations that I want to hear from the superintendent because she's the CEO of this company. We're not, we're just the board. And I want to hear the experts in the room.
So you have a few options. You have the kindergarten position out at Hope. You have the grade 2 teacher out at Hope. You have the math interventionist out at Hope. And you have the newly added curriculum director position. It's the only central office position we've added. Other than that, you have nothing else. You have no other options.
All of us.
Your paras, I'm sorry.
No, please.
Your paras, you'll never get to 190. Custodians barely cover the buildings. We don't fill all the bus monitors as it is. We leave those open. So I don't even know of any other positions that we could pull from.
Is the kindergarten at Clayville also a consideration? Oh, can you hear me say that? Is the kindergarten teacher at Clayville a consideration?
Well, they have eight students.
We're gonna have a conversation first. This is a hard conversation. I will absolutely hear from the community. I will always hear from the community, but I really can't have any interruptions. This is a hard conversation. Please let us have it. And then I will absolutely hear from you 100%. I'd actually ask you to sit down just so I will not forget you. I promise. I understand. And you will be helpful when it's time. Thank you. So go ahead. I'm sorry.
There are 8 students registered for the kindergarten classroom at Clayville. If it's the committee's will that we cut a kindergarten classroom and you tell me to remove it from Clayville, I can do that. I don't think that it would not be my recommendation that you have a building with a preschool and then a 1, 2, 3. That would not be my recommendation.
Okay, so I will take that off the table. So give us your of all these scenarios, what would you remove next?
Grade 2, because those kids are coming out of grade 1.
No, I'm sorry. Of all these scenarios, which would be the next one you would not recommend? That's what I meant to ask.
I have to think about that because it's like a negative in my head. Hang on. What would I not recommend?
So you did not recommend that we remove the kindergarten class at Clayville. What would be the next thing you would not
Well,
recommend?
I never recommended that you remove the kindergarten at Clayville. I said the kindergarten at Hope.
No, but I think what you're responding to is what you had brought up for consideration. So are there other things that you have for consideration that are, that are not, the things that were mentioned were kindergarten at Hope, grade 2 at Hope, and then the math interventionalist. Those are the personnel line items that you identified. You then asked a question about she asked a question
Right.
specifically about eliminating kindergarten at Clayville.
Right.
And you're stating that as a superintendent, you would not recommend that. That would not be part of you. I mean, obviously, as you said, we have the will, we can,
Yeah, you can tell me to. do
but
that.
Oh,
yeah.
that's not our purview.
Yeah.
So that on my piece of paper, since you said you would not recommend removing the kindergarten at Clayville, I was like, okay, I drew a line through it. I have on my list kindergarten at Hope, second grade at Hope, math at Hope, and the curriculum director.
Mhm.
Those are the positions. What would be the next position?
Can I ask a question?
Yeah.
Just specific to that. So, I do understand that, the curriculum director was a position that was grant funded, and I know, that we were able to find savings in moving things around and getting rid of different things at the top level to retain the curriculum director in our budget, which obviously, according to our data, is something that is very, very important. That's what's driving, that's
Well,
an
you
entire.
saw the great work that's
Yeah,
going
no,
on.
yeah.
So,
And this is not, and I want to preface this, it's hard because she's right in front of me too. This has nothing to do with the person other than a position. Do we have a contractual obligation with?
You do.
Okay, so,
Uh-huh.
and
You do.
so that's not something that could theoretically be off the table. If there's a contract, it's like saying we're gonna get rid of no offense, get rid of a principal. I mean, that's not.
Yeah, you would have to, work something out, but yes, there is a contract in place.
I think
I don't know what other positions there are in this district that are expendable. At one point, somebody asked us, about extra teachers. Remember the parent who said, don't you have a floater? We don't have people just hanging around. I mean, there are people sitting in front of you that are in the buildings, principals and parents and teachers that will tell you that every single person that is working is busy all day long. Like we just don't have extra bodies around. So the only places you can look is where there has been a decrease in student enrollment. And every time that has happened, I've brought that forward to the committee for your consideration and recommendation. We did it with the middle school team. So anytime there's a reduction in enrollment, we bring that forward for the committee's consideration. So that's really all there is.
So what do you bring forward to recommendation tonight to bring us down to a balanced budget that we can bring to the town council?
Grade 2 and kindergarten.
So clarifying questions, grade 2 is, and I know you've presented us with these numbers, but that would be the same grade. We made the difficult decision last year to have to cut that position. That would be that same class that's moving forward to the second grade. And what do we?
Coming out of grade 1, going into grade 2.
Yeah.
And what do we have for, what's their class size right now is? I know.
My computer's dead.
Okay, you're fine.
I ran out of battery. It's like, it's 20.
Oh, thank you.
I knew it was 20, 21.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, outside.
And then presently there are, so actually, and I think that so those are extensions of our budget from last year in the sense that right now there is, so that I think a point to be made is the kindergarten teacher that was added in, because presently.
Yes,
at
it was an
Hope,
ad.
it was 1K and 1 and I know it's, and you were looking at attempting to fund a second one, so we wouldn't have.
So I wouldn't have to move any kids out of Hope over to the openings we have at North Scituate and Clayville. Yes.
However, based upon the budget constraints that we have, we really don't have a choice other than to, that's kind of what I think. So I think I don't want to go ahead, Erin, I don't want to speak.
And it's not even just our budget constraints, it's the town's budget constraints. And like I said, for those of you who are at some of the budget meetings, you know, other departments are, I can't think of any department in the town that's getting what they need. We're not getting what we need. The police department's not getting what they need. Department of Public Works is not getting what they need. No department is getting what they need this year. It's a rough year. But everyone's doing what they have to do. So, if Paul, put your hand down, please. I will call on you, but we're having a discussion first. Just don't forget what you're going to say. I will call on you, but it's distracting to me. And this is a hard thing for all of us to do up here, all of us. Now I forgot my train of thought. Give me a minute. It's gone. No, it's gone. It's not coming back. Oh, maybe I know. As taxpayers, knowing that everyone's making sacrifices, including the taxpayers in this town, we'll see that if there's room in our schools to accommodate the students that we have without having to add more teachers, they understand why we're doing it. And it's not a desired thing to do. Would we like to have small classes? Yes. All day long, especially the younger grades. But this is our part of what we have to do to help the town, and the town's helping us. Still difficult decisions. And this time, I think everyone's gone through the process with us. Last year, you didn't see what we had to do to get to this point. And this year you are. You're seeing it. And I'm glad that more people understand what's happening. Any other comments from the school committee? I'd like to take comments from the public. Yes, please.
April 18 Pleasant Lane.
Thank you for waiting too.
I understand. I want to thank Stephanie and the school department and you guys. Before all of this budget talk, we were in such a good financial standing. Before we went into our principal requests for the year, we were doing so well. And I understand we have concerns of federal funding that the town, it's inconceivable to say that there is not a correlation between the town's major tax debacle with Providence Water Authority and now what they are not giving us. And it's not okay. And we need to push back on that. And we need to advocate for our schools, our teachers, and our students. This is unconscionable compared to where we were at as a district going into all of this. We can't be cutting these major things. You're looking at Lori asking her to cut these things. There's nothing else to cut. And a year ago, we were up in arms because Hope's math scores were low. And because our ELA scores are low. What's going to happen if we don't have a curriculum director? Look what's happened. The town is not properly funding our schools committee right now. And we don't have a town manager and we don't have a town charter. We don't have real news in this town. And it is absurd. People don't know. And Richard's right. Everyone needs to go to the financial town meeting and people need to ask town council to properly fund our schools. It's heartbreaking. And you guys are doing such hard work, but this is insane. Another $190,000. So at this point, Stephanie, if we didn't cut $190,000, what percentage would the town be funding us at?
So we had originally asked for a 2.60%.
And on a statewide district, a town can fund at 4%. This is unacceptable. We have no news in this town and we need more representation. And the school district needs to go to town council. This is unacceptable.
Keep in mind that with this 190 reduction, we are still increasing our spending by 5.64%.
But it's not,
That's because money's coming, $700,000 is coming in from the state.
right, but we're being penalized for the town having a complete tax debacle. That's not our problem.
I'm not sure what you mean, but I take that up with the town and
We have to go back and forth. We can't, there's no 190 to cut.
unfortunately we found it.
Oh, we all need to go to town council, financial town meeting, because there's no news in this town. This is absurd.
Paul, did you want to say something? I see Rick. Mr. Finnegan, did you want to get up and say something?
Richard Finnegan, Ridge Road. I'm glad all the departments in the town are taking a hit. This error that the finance director made. Let's talk about the highway department.
Actually, I really just want to focus on the school committee.
Madam Chairwoman, you brought it up. You said every single.
You don't have to yell at me.
You said every
please be
single
calm.
department took a hit. That's not true. That is certainly not true.
Okay, some
When the
departments
highway
didn't get what they
director-
asked for.
When the highway director is getting a 12% raise,
Oh, Mr.
12%, $26,000 increase in their budget. That's for the highway director and the assistant director. All other town employees are getting a 2% raise or a 3% raise. You give that highway director and his assistant a 3% raise, I'll be generous. That's $6,000, not $26,000. The town can cut $20,000 there alone. I said the health insurance that we give each employee, if they don't take the health insurance, we give them 50% of the cost of the health insurance. We can save $120,000. There's your cut right there. Let's talk about the percentage that has been going to the schools over the last 10 years of the town budget. 10 years ago, 65%. I asked the budget committee, what's the percentage? 2/3. That's 66%. We can walk away tonight, be very happy. We have a surplus. We can hire another teacher. Forget about cutting teachers with 66%. You know what it is now? 61%. What is the percentage of the budget that the school department is getting? I guarantee you it's 61% or less. Let's talk about the $190,000 that they're asking you to take from your budget. The 61% from the 230, that would be 140,000 the school department should take from their budget. But they want you to take 50,000 more. Why? Why is it on the schools? Let's go on. I said the care of trees, $15,000. Why? 2 years ago, it was only 9,000. They want a 25% increase. A 25% increase for kids. They want to take care of your trees and not your children. Think about that. We can get another $1,000 for the treasurer's office, other operating expenditures. Who knows what those expenditures are? We don't know. They just throw it in. Let's talk about their education and training. They want thousands more. So the finance director, because she goes on her conference, IAAO conference every single year, she wants to go to Disney this coming year, this coming summer. So that's going to cost the taxpayers between $3,000 and $5,000. Let her stay at the town hall and do her job. Let me continue.
I am timing you, just so you know.
Time me for what?
Okay, giving you 5 minutes so we can continue on with our meeting.
Let's talk about the $2,500 they can save in the recreation departments in the concert series. They want a 45% increase. So we're going to have music, not in the schools. We're not going to have music in the schools, but we're going to have it in a field. So we can give one of our connected people a job. Reggie Centracchia, because that's what we do here in this town. We have to know where this money's going. The zoning officer, we have a temporary zoning officer until we got a building official. Well, now we have a building official, but they want to add that job permanently as a part-time job for another $18,000. Why should we add jobs for the town? Let's cut it. There's plenty here. Look at the budget. Please look at the budget. But I employ the parents, please come to the financial town meeting. Enough. And I employ you, Madam Pendergast, to make a motion to not cut this budget. Let them vote it down. Make a motion not to cut your budget. Let this school committee vote it down. And I would not cut the budget. Let the town council cut this budget. There's plenty of pork and fat in their budget. And shame on this committee if you take one dime from this budget. Shame on you. Thank you.
So I will make that motion. So I make a motion that we leave the budget as it is and we return to the budget committee.
I do not.
Return with the budget that we have. Mhm. So I made a motion. If there's not a second, then my motion will die, but that's the motion that I made to present this budget back to the budget committee.
Not hearing a second, then that motion dies.
Matthew Allen, 159 Hope Ernest Road. I spoke up at the budget meeting, even when it got out of control with my kid in there. You guys talk about testing and how much these teachers really put themselves out. Extra time, all these presentations that they're probably sitting at home and missing their kids' games or concerts or whatever. They're doing extra jobs. You said it multiple times. I wear this hat. I wear this hat. I wear this hat. I'm not spending time with my family. And we're glad that you are fully into the kids and wanting to make sure you're doing it. But every time you cut and then you ask, why did your math scores go down? Why did your English scores go down? I get it. Money, budget. If I can't afford something, my kid doesn't get it. But then don't look at the teachers and ask, and I don't mean it in any bad way, silly questions. Why are our scores going down? We had a budget guy show up to a couple of our meetings and said, sophomore math is failing. Why are you failing? But yet on our chopping block was, you guys voted to keep that person, but was math scores at Hope. Well, you don't learn math usually in 10th grade. You learn it in the lower grades going up. You should know by your sophomore year the math requirement. So obviously we'd like to keep our math coach so we are not those 10th graders that are failing math. but I've sat here since June and listened to multiple people and some that are not sitting at the table anymore. What about the test scores? Tell me the test scores. Be a blue ribbon school, the star program, and this, and you're only as weak as your lowest star, and your lowest star could be in absence. And everybody looks at it and be like, what can we do to make it better? And these teachers are giving it all. I've been in the school, I say all week, but it's only Tuesday, for teacher appreciation. And I've had multiple teachers, and I'm not tooting my horn at whatsoever, but thanks for coming to the meetings, and thanks for coming here, and thanks for doing this. And I'm a parent that is able to do it versus I know some like Bobby tries her best, but she has, 60+ hour week and other people do. But the ones that can do it are doing it, and the ones that are trying to make it work. Why shouldn't we give 110% when these teachers are doing it? Not just because it's their job. Their job starts at on ballpark 8:45, 9 o'clock when you have to be like 8:30, and the last buses are leaving if they're running on time 3:30, and they're staying and running programs and math clubs and math nights and decorating their classrooms to boost these kids. And I've done the Husky store multiple times, and all the kids are like, hey, I didn't know you coach football, and they're interacting with the adults and noticing the people that are showing up to support them. And like I said, I know the budget is a budget, but you're trying to keep morale up. You're trying to get these teachers, they don't have to stay. They could say, no, I don't want to run this club. No, I don't want to decorate the hall for art night. They don't have to, but they're choosing to. They're choosing to support these kids, to grow these kids, to make them a community, to learn about people's differences. Like we all know my son has autism. I was just asked, maybe you should come talk to older kids and make sure they're knowing about this and being part of an inclusion. And I just really can't stress, the more you take personnel wise, the difference is that you're putting on other teachers to step up, not because they have to, but they don't want these kids to fail. They want them to succeed. Even if it's bumping up their scores by 1% or 2% and you hope for more. Again, I can't say it enough. My kid was nonverbal here at Clayville. Now he's talking. Now he's participating. Now he's acting, for the lack of a better word, like a regular kid. And I'm so happy that they just don't walk in at 8:45, say, okay, this is my day, punch out at 3:30, and not support my kid, not take the time and say, hey, Chase, how's it going? And, give high five Fridays. And they're doing this extra stuff, not because they're getting paid extra. They're doing it to succeed, to be a small family, a bigger family. And I'm hopefully, as it goes up to middle school and high school, I hope it stays the same, because I think it's great that everybody, all of his classmates are looking out for him, whether it's a good thing or bad thing, or pointing out to a substitute, no, that's his water bottle and that's this, or these kids are growing as a little groups. And they're knowing their classmates, whether it's a bee sting or a peanut allergy, or the kid needs help and he can't get the words out. These guys and the teachers are working so hard, and the parents are putting their time in. We're doing our job and juggling these kids and social events. I don't know. Like I said, last year, I said I would paint something that if the custodian didn't have time, or mow something, a weed whack. I've been at the school. Other parents have been at the school.
Scared me.
I'm just,
That was your timer.
that's fine. I'm just saying, don't look at me dumbfounded if our scores drop, or the teachers just say, that's it, I'm done. Or leave for more money or better hours.
Can I say something?
Mhm.
Okay. Matt, I spoke to you at the last meeting, the budget meeting, and everyone was trying to give numbers to sum up our frustration about what we had to do with this budget. But you summed it up better than anyone in that room. And given the example of your son and how the teachers made a difference in your son's life. And I just want you to know that this is one of the most hardest things all at this table are faced with right now, and it's not something we want to do. I just,
It's okay.
I just wanted you to know that night I did talk to you, and you did make a very good point, and I went home and it just stuck with me. It really did. And I think I even told Erica, because she had to leave early that night, that you made a great point. And this is hard. This really, really is one of the hardest things that I'm not happy with. But that's where we are. But I just want you to know that, because I think I see you at every meeting, and you show what Scituate teachers really affect these kids, but they make a difference for these kids. It makes it harder. It makes it really hard.
We have someone with a hand up on.
Yes, hello, everyone. Bobby Coletta. I am Colleen Pendergast. Thank you for making that motion. I appreciate it. For the rest of you,
Yes, Bobby, you may, you can unmute and talk.
I am talking. Oh, can you guys hear me?
Bobby, can you hear me?
Hello, can you guys hear me?
Oh, there you are now.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can now. Thank you.
Okay, so I just want to say, Colleen Pendergast, thank you so much for making that motion. For the rest of you on this board, I am saddened. I'm disheartened by even I don't even know the other woman on the board here in the yellow. I wish I was there in person, because while I thought your comments, Matt, was nice, clearly all of you are not the best advocates for our children, where you won't even bring it to town council and let them shut it down. We are in the exact same scenario we were last year, where they said, oh, well, we approved what you submitted to us, a balanced budget. And now here we are again, a year later, putting our tail between our legs, taking the $190,000 and taking that out of our budget and giving it back to them, only for them to say, yes, okay, check the box, instead of going back for what's right for our kids. So for all of you on the board, I wish I was there in person, because I'm floored that you guys won't even take it to the town council. I don't understand how that's even possible. So I would love any comment on that. I know I only have 5 minutes. The second thing I want to talk about or mention is that I would like to understand, if there's 33 kids enrolled at Hope and there's 9 kids enrolled at Clayville, why are we busing, instead of 9 kids, we're going to bus 11 kids? It doesn't make sense. And I understand, Lori, I understand what your commentary around going from kindergarten to first grade. But why is it that we have to displace more families at Hope than, like, it doesn't operationally, it doesn't make sense. More transportation, more families are being impacted. So that's my other comment. But for all of you on the board, I would love to hear why you feel like you cannot bring this 190,000 to the town council for them to tell you no.
We have already taken it to the town council and they have said no. We've already done that. Now, keep in mind what Mr. Finnegan had said earlier, going to the financial town meeting is the most important thing to do. That,
But your
I'm
conviction
sorry,
behind this is also
I'm
important.
almost done. That is where you go and you voice your desires and you vote. So you go to the financial town meeting and you vote. We need to present a balanced budget Thursday to the town council. I'm going to ask, actually, I'll stop the timer for you, Bobby, so I don't take up your time. If we vote hypothetically to get rid of a K in a second grade teacher, and I'm looking at you, Colleen Pendergast, because you've been here longer than anyone, we present a balanced budget. But between now and let's say it all passes at the financial town meeting, hypothetical situations, we can, and then when the town votes for our budget at the financial town meeting, they vote for one line item. They vote for a bottom number, right?
Yes.
So as opposed to approving each one of our line items, they're voting for our bottom line number. A lot can happen between now and
What you're asking
September
to,
as.
hold on, I want to clarify. So the bottom number that you are presenting though, or what you're asking us to present tomorrow is omitting that 190,000, correct or incorrect?
That is correct because that's what the directive came from the town council.
So they're going to approve the reduced number, which is exactly what happened last year. Exactly what happened. And then they came back and that's where this rally came from. So I
think
don't
you're missing
understand.
I think you're missing the financial town meeting piece,
Okay,
right?
happy
So
to
the
understand it better if you
financial
want to explain
town
it.
meeting piece is where you go and vote. And you can vote and that you can vote for more.
You can vote for more. Okay, so
Yes.
I would ask for a motion to, okay, so I will ask that of the town to vote for more. I'm asking the committee members why you don't feel like you should vote for more.
Because we have been told this is this is all they can give us. It's my understanding.
But
that this
you
is-
are a town
and
member
keep,
also.
and keep in mind that it's not like we want them to bring the tax levy up to 4%. It's there. And there's no more. It's not like we're mad because it's only 3.5 and we want it to be 4.0. It's already at 4.0 and there's still not enough money.
Yeah, but
So
like Richard
that's,
Finnegan said, there's other opportunities for the town to look at. Like, why are we putting our tail between? You guys are our children's advocates. That's what I don't. That's why I'm getting so frustrated. You are the advocates. All of you on that board sitting there today. Thank you, Colleen Pendergast, for being the only advocate for our kids. That you are the advocates to ask for that full amount, including the 190,000, and let the town figure it out in other places. You are the kids' advocates. You asked for this position.
and I am advocating for the kids and it is very difficult. I am not having a good time up here, but I am also very much aware of the parameters and the restrictions that we have monetarily. And this is happening across the state. And actually, we are one of the few towns that are in as good a healthy financial situation that we are. There are many towns that are not even financially beneficial as we are. They're cutting way more. You go to Burrville, they're cutting 9 staff members, and they cut 5 last year. I mean,
I don't pay taxes in Barville. I pay taxes in Situate, and I elected you,
understood, Bobby.
I
Understood.
elected the 4 of you to advocate
Thank
for
you.
my
I
children.
understand your frustration, and I understand that you're not understanding why we are voting the 190. It is what we were given, and this is our task. This is
Okay,
our task to do.
Chairman, I'd
And
like to
that's
hear
what
from the
we're
other two
voting on
members
tonight.
as well, why they feel like they are not in a position to ask for the 190.
I want to say the same thing Erica said, and the part of we went to the town council to to not cut what they wanted us to cut. And we were told we went from 350. I mean, I know you came late, Bobby, but we went from 350 to 190. Um, we didn't like that either, but I feel like we had our back against the wall and we just are doing what we were told to do. And she's right. You can go to the financial town meeting and vote no. You don't want this.
So are you
It
all
doesn't.
going to independently vote no on this? Like, so, because I guess here's my question, right? So the committee puts together a number.
For
And
the town
Colleen,
as a
are you guys
whole,
going to be our kids' advocates in that room?
for yeah, I mean,
Yes, you're going to ask for the additional
We've
190?
been at every meeting advocating for the budgets as they
Yeah.
came through. We've
Yeah.
been asking for money.
Please don't.
This isn't really how.
And again, if you're going to be disruptive, I'm going to have to ask you to leave. There's no hollering from the audience. Please be respectful.
can I finish? I'm sorry.
Yes.
I feel like when that budget, from the start, when the teachers, the principals, I'm sorry, the principals gave their wish list, I'm new at this. And I was like, oh yeah, this is great. Like when I saw Rebecca, she's like, oh, she wants these things. Oh, this is great. But then when reality hits, we didn't have the money. Then we saw the budget on what it did look like. And it was very high. We had to go bring it back to Stephanie, to bring it back to us, to be like, we have to make cuts. And then it came back. And then we still had to make cuts, had to bring it back. It was back and forth. I don't know how many times, back and forth. And then we were like, okay, this is the lowest we can go. And I think that's when it was at the 5.4 or 5.6. No, 2.6. I'm sorry, I get the numbers backwards. And we were like, this is bare bones. This is what the best we can do. And we still, I was in shock when they said 350. Went to the town council, and when they came back and said 190, I'm like, oh, that's what we're at. And when we go to the town meeting, I mean, as a taxpayer, I could go no. I am a taxpayer in town too. But I just want you to know, we really, really tried. Like Dave says, we tried and tried and tried. And
Well,
this is
you
not where
haven't
we
tried,
want to
and
be.
you both didn't second Carolyn's ask of going, so you clearly don't want to try that much harder, which is a shame.
It's, well, I think it's just different ways of doing it. Like I said, the end game is at the I mean, at the financial.
No, your vocal support of that tells everyone everything.
No, you're forming an opinion that's not true. That's not it. I have,
Bobby, I'm gonna
Yeah,
prevent
okay.
the continued dialogue. We do have, we hear what you're saying, we understand your position, and we'll take it into consideration when we're voting here tonight and in the future. But we do need to move on and give other people an opportunity to speak.
Did we ask anything about the
I'm sorry,
why?
Bobby, I've already moved on to someone else. If you have any further that you need to ask, please reach out you can call me tomorrow, send an email, but we've moved on to someone else that's already asking a question. Thank you.
Yeah, no, it was the comment around Clayville versus Hope and the number of kids. Thank you.
I'm sorry, we're, okay, thanks. Okay.
Sorry, Rebecca Dennerman Toomey, the principal at Hope. I just wanted to say I thank you all the work that you've been doing in regards to our budget. I know it's come back to the principals, and we have said we really can't cut any more at this point. But I have other wonderful principals who are being supportive and know the heartbreak of potentially losing families and students and the community at Hope. We know we probably won't be able to come up with the money difference to save both positions. But the hope is that if you do need to decide on a plan tonight, you agree to cut one of the positions at Hope, but allow the principals to go back and look at our budgets. They are tight, but I'm like, my cafeteria tables are falling apart right now. But if it means I can find a couple $1,000s there and not have new cafeteria tables, or not new library books, or not new Chromebooks for the teachers, I think I'm going to have support of my staff and my community at Hope. And I'm so grateful that other schools are willing to support us as well in looking at their budgets to try and stop this from happening, because I do think that the thought of moving 10 or 12 families from Hope, most likely the older students that don't have older siblings in their families, that the choice to cut the kindergarten position is going to hurt the longevity of Hope for years and years to come. So I appreciate you all looking at the bigger picture and being willing to kind of take a second look, and a third look, and a fourth look to try and prevent this from happening. So
What I'm hearing is if we cut the second grade teacher at Hope and then asked the principals and administrators, all administrators, to go back and try and find $105,000, that you would do that.
I don't want to agree to cutting the second grade teacher either, because
I understand. I understand.
support that
I
at all.
understand.
But what I do want to support is, so I don't even want to answer that question.
But I want to make
But
sure.
in my heart, I want, and I think, Caitlin's been amazing and reached out to me. Lori has reached out to me, just like sitting here tonight saying, we don't want this classroom, this kindergarten classroom, these like babies first start to be in their community school, the longevity of now families coming to Hope. Like, that's what we pride ourselves on here in Scituate, is the community. And I know they would find a community at another school, but this is their home school. We don't want them on buses for that amount of time. So if you can give us that opportunity, it's not going to be easy for us either. But like I said, cafeteria tables and library books are great to have, but we need students in the buildings to be using them. So
A comment and a question for that. To that point, I spoke with the athletic director the other day and immediately saved $6,000 because we are no longer running a boys varsity volleyball team. He told me there was money in the hockey line item, but our hockey is free to us, so we don't need that. And mentioned that feels that there's probably potential savings in athletic busing somehow, because he just thought we spend way too much money in that, but I have no idea. I have no idea.
We've scrubbed those numbers, Erica.
I- I don't even know what I'm saying, other than, I don't know. Other than
There's
the
not
hockey
money
and
in
the,
that athletic busing.
Okay.
Jen's been through it. We made her double and triple check those numbers.
so maybe there's at least, $8,000 between the two sports. My point is, maybe if people go back and find
They're
that.
asking not for any correct final decisions to be made tonight.
No, the final decision has to be made tonight.
Decisions as far as what you're
Understood. So that was my next follow-up question to Lori is if we were, if you were to recommend to us that, let's do a second grade class at Hope and go back and find another $105,000, because I think that's what the number comes to, call it 100,000. How do we present that to the town? How do we present that to the town? Like, what bucket does that come out of? Does that make sense?
The town doesn't tell us where to cut. They give us a bottom line number. And then it's school committee's decision about where it goes, how we spend it. They don't tell us how to spend our money.
So when we present a budget to them, again, due Thursday, it has to line up on the piece of paper anyway.
Right, that's
Okay,
right.
so we're just gonna
But
pretend
I-
and
just a clarifying question. I got a text and I don't know if somebody has any more current information. And I don't want to misspeak. I know when we met with the budget committee last week, there were no votes taken. There was a figure that was thrown out. Does anybody know if a meeting's been held? It would have to have been.
yes,
Yes.
Monday.
So,
And there was a vote.
and there was a vote that was taken? at
Yes.
that- I'm just clarifying. and
Yep.
that-
With Karen today. just to
No,
be
no,
sure.
no, just to make, and the number that they came back to, because we're going.
Has
through
not
all-
changed.
It was, well, no, there was no vote taken at that meeting. So but the
Correct.
definitive number is 190.
Correct.
Thank you.
So the
That's-
number that was proposed to us that Thursday night and then voted on Monday night has not changed. Does that make sense? Okay. Okay, thank you. You want to say something? I want to hear from the superintendent. Oh, okay. Thank you. Michaela Driscoll, you can unmute and give us your address.
Thank you. Michaela Driscoll, 3 Burnt Hill Road. Bobby kind of actually had a lot of the similar questions and comments that I had. So thank you again, Ms. Pendergast, because I applaud you for putting that motion on the table tonight, because that is exactly my question. As we keep saying that the financial town meeting is the most important for the taxpayers. Again, my the same question, like, why not go for the ask without the 190,000 in that budget? Because again, I think going back as the numbers they are at Hope, and I know we've kind of touched upon a little since I've raised my hand in the question be asked, but kind of reiterate the numbers at Hope for that K classroom. What are we going to do with the amount of kids that you're going to displace? And I think, and I've said this to the committee many times before, we're talking about busing and asking the students who were displaced last year if they'd be willing to come back to Hope again. And we're talking about the amount of times the students are on the bus. The student across the street from me who gets bused to North Scituate, she's home a half hour later than my kids. And so, I think that's a shame that we're doing that for the children in our town. Sorry, I lost my train of thought too, because again, we're having this conversation and it's 10:10. So I think a lot of us have had it. I wish we hadn't put this higher in the agenda, I will say, and I thought at the budget meeting last week, and you've sent this, Ms. McCormick, in your comments, they've asked the other committees or different departments in the town to decrease the budget too. And I think, you know, the chief was standing there and he quite frankly, and I'm not trying to quote him in any way, but said, you know, if I don't get that money, it's going to be overtime, right? So that work is still being done. And, you know, that our teachers don't have that same luxury, right, as like the police department does, of getting paid that overtime and forcing their staff members to work, you know, just like other departments may have that ability. So I think that's something to take into account as well. So those are just a couple of my comments tonight that I hope that, again, as we've all stated, that the parents go to the financial town meeting, because as the taxpayers, as we've stated, can add for more money. And I will certainly be one to advocate and make a motion at the financial town meeting to add, you know, money for personnel as a line item in the school department's budget, because I think that we're doing a disservice to our children by not doing so. Thank you.
Thank you. Could I have someone shut that window? It's cold. So I'd like to hear the superintendent's thoughts about doing that, removing the second grade teacher in Hope, and then going back and scrubbing another $105,000 from the budget. What
So-
of your opinion on that?
We have $450,000 to make up in the salary line to begin with. We have scrubbed the operational budget as much as we possibly can. Principals can go back and say they're gonna cut, but then when they need that stuff next year, they're gonna spend it and you're gonna run a deficit. I just want the school committee to be on notice from the superintendent that if you cut that from the operational budget, you will run a deficit next year. And we have never run a deficit since I've been here, but you will next year.
We do have we finally got rid of our fiscal cliff, with our funding, I want to say funding formula. What's the word I'm looking for? No. What's the word I'm looking for that we have? Fund balance. Whew, that took a while. And we do have a fund balance, but know that if we ever to dip into it, then the following year we have to replenish it, right? So we don't want to go back into using our fund balance to fill operational holes, right? Because that's not desirable. It's there for emergencies, not something that we want to do, because we finally dug out of our fund balance problems. Remember those dark years. So I'm hearing what the superintendent is saying is that, you know, if we do that option, that there will be overspending, or potential of overspending, a risk of it. Oops, that's my own. I guess I have to stop talking.
Yeah, because you have to remember, you still have that $450,000 that has to be made up in that salary line. It's built into this budget. To then we know that the 7% that we've budgeted for healthcare, that's extremely risky. That's probably coming in higher, so you're gonna need more money to cover that. If the buildings and the departments are so lean, we're not gonna say to somebody in a building, that child needs that, they're not getting it, we're gonna buy it. We're gonna make sure that kids get what they need when they're in front of us. So you'll run a deficit. You're setting yourself up to run a deficit.
The other issue is, if I may, when you're looking at the budget, and I've received these questions this year, well, you budgeted this last year and you made it, so why can't you do it again? So we're gonna eat away at our base, and then we're gonna present next year and expect them to give us more money. It's never gonna happen.
No,
So it's ruining the
never
base.
gonna happen. It's true. I'll take one more comment from Zoom and then,
If I could just,
yeah, sure.
I'm sorry.
The superintendent, we want to hear.
So, this second kindergarten classroom out at Hope was an ad. That was an ad. It's a new position. If you decide you want to keep that, you need to know that next year, you need to add a first grade teacher. Because where are you gonna put those kids? You can't then take them out of Hope and put them at Clayville and North Situate. You're gonna add a second, first grade teacher. So the cuts that we made last year go right back into place. You just need to know that up front. That's what will happen.
All right, Abby, you can unmute.
Hi, can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay, Abby Groves, Hope Furnace Road. And just for informational purposes, I know this is a very difficult time of year. And I was wondering if maybe this committee could give some information to the people at home. It sounds like some of them want to understand next steps or what they could do, but I know it has to go to the town council, next step, and then finally the financial town meeting. But I know there's also a process in terms of making a motion at the financial town meeting. It has to be in writing. So I just wanted to make sure that everyone was clear, or this school committee could make it clear to the people at home that may want to make such motion. That's the process, because I'm not sure that everyone completely understands the process. Does that make sense?
Yes, it does. I'm not proficient on that exact process, so I'd ask anyone who has a question about that to reach out to, a school committee member or town council member. I would say town council member to know what that process is. Thank you so much.
Yeah.
I won't profess to be proficient, but I've sat through 10 of them. So, what will happen is, as briefly as possible, and again, phone a friend, call an expert. There are people that know more than I do. And Abby, jump in too, because you've sat through a few of these yourself.
No, well, I think it's important too that people understand, like, and we're
the
transparent about the
process.
process itself, because their vote does count, and they
And
can.
it's a very confusing meeting if you've never been before. So there are a number of items that are sent out to everybody. It'll show you the breakdown of every single department. The school department is different. The school department is listed as a set number. By state law, it's this committee's responsibility to set a budget. The only thing the town council can do, or the budget committee, and then in turn that the town financial meeting, is vote to approve the budget or to not approve the budget. There are times when the town financial meeting will go and they'll try and pass everything all at once. If that happens, then people don't realize what's happening. If somebody wants to make a change to any budget, they need to write, and it will be explained at the beginning of the meeting. You have to put your motion in writing. Your request in writing, and bring it to the moderator of the meeting. And if anybody has questions at the meeting, you can certainly ask prior to the meeting beginning, because once things get moving and going, I've seen people pass or vote for or against things and not even know what they were doing. But at that point, any registered voter or the town of Scituate can make a motion. It would need to be seconded by another member, and they can, and I'm going to say, I make a motion, whatever it is, I'd like to add $25 to the kitten fund, making stuff up because I'm not, and then the entire, at the town financial meeting, it's an extremely powerful meeting. If the majority of the people vote in the affirmative, then that motion passes. What they'll do, a roll call by voice, they'll do a hands, and if it gets, there are certain things, yay or nay, that's very clear. If not, it'll be a stand up, sit down type of vote. Abby, did I kind of cover that in generalities?
Yeah, I just wanted to make sure that people understand, like, there is obviously, like, on Thursday, the town council, they're also going to vote on this budget where people can voice their opinion, but then also too, there is that, Scituate is unique. Not many towns have the financial town meeting like we do. So it does make a difference. And if there is another option, I'm not saying it's going to pass if, they make that request, but there's another option to get your voice heard in that room, and it's unique. So just
Thank
to
you, Abby.
educate people on the different
Yeah,
options.
no, I think
Also keep in mind that people might come and not vote for a 4% increase and
Correct.
not even vote for what we're asking for with the 190 reduction. There are people that might
Right.
come to vote for that, which is why going to
Mhm.
vote is imperative.
Yes.
All right, thanks, Abby.
Thank you so much. Thank you very much. I know it's a hard job, and I appreciate the hard work that you're
Thanks.
doing.
I'd like to make a motion to take the recommendation of the superintendent to reduce a second grade class at Hope and a second kindergarten class at Hope to bring a balanced budget to the town council as requested by Thursday. With my understanding that once we have that bottom line, if things change, which I'm told they're probably not going to, things can still be fluid, but we need to present a balanced budget by Thursday. So that's my motion. Is there any more discussion?
I just want to state that I disagree that we have to present a balanced budget. I think our budgets need to be need-based, and we have come down and come down and come down. So to say that it's a balanced budget, it's as balanced as what of what our needs are. So that's just my piece.
I'll do a roll call. Dave? On the vote, Lori? Aye.
Nay.
So let the record show, with the, I wanted to do a roll call. That brings us to the, Manning Field, which is something that you would put on the agenda.
I promise you, Jason, we have not had a meeting this late in a very, thank God, did Elfie went home, thank God, because that poor thing. I appreciate you being here, but never did I think we would be this late. Thank you for being
Paul
here.
just gave me tomorrow off.
I don't know how many, calm down. I don't know how many other school committee members received a boatload of emails and phone calls regarding Manning Field. And this is something that we've been talking about and we've put lots and lots of money in. Talk to me, tell me. I guess one of the biggest frustrations, I say talk and then I keep talking, I promise, but you get it. You've been around. 70-degree day, it hasn't rained in 2 days and they can't play in the field because it's flooded.
So when the email came out,
yeah,
I did see it.
I didn't know if you, yeah.
The superintendent can vouch for the fact that she ran into me down at Manning, breaking up ice and using a wet dry vac to get the water off. We had a order of infield mix that we were waiting for. They weren't delivering it because they don't want to deliver wet. It changes the weight of it being delivered. It has since been delivered. I sent a pic. I think you guys seen the pictures.
I don't understand what all that means. That's why.
So the pictures were wet, and then after my groundskeeper had it all leveled and everything, and that was after a night of rain, and it was dry. There's puddles there right now, but it's been raining very heavy. I'm very optimistic that tomorrow morning we're going to be with a little wind and a little sun. We'll be good. I feel I don't know if you saw it. I think I sent it to you, Erica. I had just sent an email to the superintendent in Hassel and the AD saying I wanted to thank my newest groundskeeper for the incredible work that he did, because our goal is to get the athletes on the field playing. I've been down there lining fields. He's been. I think we're good.
And you had to sit here for 4 hours to tell me that.
Mm-hmm.
I think this field has been like the bane of my existence, starting long before, and we have moved mountains and we have put a lot of money into that field appropriately to fix safety concerns long before you guys were ever here, this and that. And I keep all these, you just don't support it every year. So again, it sounds to me that that there is a line item in a budget to support, again, it's to protect our investment that we've put in this field, that it's this dry mix that should have been here probably sooner than, for whatever reasons, wasn't there.
And the one thing I will say about Manning is we have our interscholastic season, which is quite short, actually.
Yeah.
But that field is heavily used year round.
Yes.
Unless there's snow on it, it's being used.
Yep.
I mean, that's what I've
Yep.
seen since I've been here. Yeah, sorry, I forgot your name. It's late. Stephanie and I actually already have paid for field modifications to get done once our interscholastic season's over, because they're going to lose the field for 2 to 3 days.
Gotcha.
So there's stuff. It's just as soon as the snow melts, baseball's out there, softball's out there, and it's just me and one guy. Like,
So this dry mix that and again, I don't pretend to know any of it. This dry mix, we just received this within days of that happened.
I actually think the infield mix arrived maybe when that email came out, because we were down there with the front loader moving it.
But you did it as soon as it came in.
The
That
minute.
okay.
We will wait.
Is there any way that we could have gotten it sooner? And I don't know.
All I can do is order it.
Okay.
I don't know the answer to that. I mean, I know you always say, tell me the truth.
Yeah, that's all I want. That's all I want. So sorry.
I want my athletes playing. That's my goal.
No, and we appreciate that. And it's getting late, but we want your athletes playing, and we want the parents to stop. I was one of them. Do you know what I mean? I'm saying we want everybody to be happy, right? Like,
and I'll be honest with you. I know, Erica, I think it was you that went down to the field. My guy John takes great pride, and up until right now, he's been texting me saying they're going to cut my job.
no, that's not. No, please.
I'm telling you,
No.
that's how much pride he takes.
Yeah,
in.
no, I please. And again, this was why. And
He said that to me too. I was like, oh,
See?
no,
See?
not at all.
And I think what was conveyed into the emails, what I saw through a lot of them, it's not Jay, it's not his guys. You guys just need to give him the money he needs to get what he. Again, I'm not giving money out tonight, you know that, but we in our asset protection, there are monies to do what is. Okay, thank you.
The timing just didn't line up.
Gotcha. I'm sorry. Okay, thanks. Thanks. 11 o'clock at night. Thanks.
You're welcome.
The next on the, thank you, Jason. The next on the agenda is the revised 24-25 school department school calendar. What's changed? Is this the
We have
PD?
one weather day that needed to be added to the calendar. So
This is state calendar, right? Are we following the state calendar?
yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
So we need a motion. I make a motion to accept the revised 24-25 school department school calendar. Any discussion? All in favor? Aye. Okay, the next is the Rhode Island Student Assistant Counselor contract for year 25-26. I'll just make a motion to get the discussion going. I make a motion to approve the RISAS contract for 25-26 student assistant services. Any discussion? I know that according to the contract, this is about $30,000, and it's we pay 1/3 of our salary, and 2/3 come from a grant, and that I've heard nothing but really good, helpful things from our student assistant counselor, and we hear so much about emotional health and how important that is. So I'd like to, keep this contract going. If no other discussion, all in favor? Aye. Any opposed? No. That gets us to, this is a discussion, not an action or vote for the elementary principal salaries. I was looking into this actually more so just this afternoon. Title 16-11. The superintendent appoints principals for each school within the district at levels of compensation determined in accordance with policies established by the school committee. So then I want to make sure, that our policy was in alignment, because some of our policies, as we know, are not. So our policy 2, 6002 states that the superintendent is responsible for setting the compensation for administrators and anyone not covered by the collective bargaining agreement. We know that. The superintendent shall develop and implement protocol and criteria for decision-making in compliance with the policy. The school committee shall approve the decision-making protocol and criteria. The base salary of administrators shall be established for each administrator and reviewed annually to determine whether the base salaries are competitive relative to, one, like school districts and like positions in the state, and two, the district's salary scale for top step teachers, including educational increments and any and all compensations. And it has come to light as recently that our principal salaries are now in alignment with our top step teachers. We currently have 2 principal openings, and we are not competitive with other towns. The policy also addresses income increase schedules for each administrator based on several criteria, including performance evaluations. We are doing this. This policy is to strive for transparency, clear, fair, and competitive guidelines. And I am bringing this up to highlight that we've got a problem, and I want to know how we got here. I want to see this decision-making protocol and criteria for establishing the administrative salaries so we can work on a solution. And I think part of that solution is also seeing the performance evaluations of the administrators for like the past 4 years to see how that aligns with the salaries. Again, we're not competitive. We have 2 openings, and I've heard that why come to Scituate if you can just go to neighboring towns and make, from what I've seen from charts handed to me, $10,000 more. So I want to see these guidelines. I think as a school committee, it's our responsibility to look at these, as it says in our policy. I know, and I just want to say our June meeting is a financial town meeting. And right now, we're looking at bringing in, maybe having a meeting before the financial town meeting. So for our meeting, if we can, would be at 6 before the 7 o'clock financial town meeting. The superintendent has 2 presenters that she would like to come and present to us. And these are all cost saving related. Well, one's a cost, well, no, they're both cost saving related presentations. So it's really important, which means our next regular meeting that we can discuss this at wouldn't be until July. So I'm just putting it out there that with these 2 immediate openings and where we're at with top step teacher salary, and I want to make note, including all the extras, not just a flat base salary, is now a line of our principals. And I don't think we can wait till July to address this.
I'm not sure what it was, and it's late, I'm sorry.
Oh, no, I know it's
There was a
late.
lot. So cautious. Well, first and foremost, I think the timing's horrible. We're at this, and I understand what you're saying. If
It is horrible.
we're sitting at a meeting telling, first of all, we're in teacher negotiations, or about to enter into teaching negotiations, and we're cutting classroom teachers. And to say, do I want to pay every one of our principals more money? Absolutely. Do I think we can even, it goes without saying, but I don't know the optics that this is sending at this very time. What you're telling me is that a top step teacher is making as much as a principal?
Yes. And if not now, then when? It's a horrible timing. It's terrible, but we need to look at this, figure out how we got here, and figure out what to do about it and when and how.
So I can tell you historically that all of this laid in the lap of the school committee. Prior to we used to have this whole process where their evaluations came to us there. This is years prior to, this is prior to the enactment of and I'm not sure what you want.
I'm identifying a problem and I want to find a solution. And I want to see the protocol and criteria for setting these base salaries. There's a scale salary according to our policy that's been in place since 2021. Well, I'm not looking for answers now. I'm just saying.
I'm just telling you, I've never seen it. I have not located it in the office. Like,
It's on the website.
what is?
Policy 6002.
Yeah, yeah, not the policy.
Oh, I'm
That's-
sorry.
That's not what I meant.
Oh,
I
good
didn't mean the
Lord. You
policy.
do all need to go home.
Like, I did not mean the policy.
What are you talking about?
Asked for a procedure.
Oh, no, this happened like this afternoon oh, I'm sorry, asking for the decision-making criterion. That's in the policy. That's in the policy. I understand. I understand that. So again, discussion, I've identified a problem. I want to look at the protocol and criteria for setting the base salary. So it's a problem that we have, we can't ignore it, and we need to look at it and find a way forward with this. That's all I wanted to identify tonight. Accomplished? Did I identify the problem? Okay. Moving forward, I would like to make a motion to accept the first reading of policy 6110, hiring coaches. Any discussion? All in favor? I'd like to make a motion to accept the first reading of policy 1070, school committee minutes. School committee minutes. I could pull them up and read them to you. Is it not on the Secretary of State? Is it not in our packet? Mr. Finnegan? Should all be in our packet. Is it not in our packet? Is it not on clerk base?
Or H5.
Oh, good.
It's on.
School committee will
I
have
don't
a
think I-
policy
I-
manual, the manual.
You got it on.
I've been told it's on clerk base.
Want to read it?
Double checking. Yes, but I want to make sure that the public had an opportunity to read it, but no, thank you. Oh, it is. Oh, it's on clerk base. Thank you. Thank you, Lori. Do I have any discussion? All in favor? Make a motion to accept the first reading of policy 1060, open meetings. Second? Do I have a second?
Oh, second.
Any discussion? All in favor? Aye. Make a motion to accept the first reading of policy 1050, policy dissemination. That's so moved. Do I have a second? Any discussion? All in favor? Make a motion to for a second reading of policy 8010, Scituate School Department student attendance policy.
Second.
Any discussion? All in favor? I'd like to make a motion to accept the second reading of policy 1040, school committee policy.
Second.
Any discussion? All in favor? Aye. Any announcements? Do I have a motion to adjourn? All in favor?